Gershwin?
Hi, Eddie. Sorry. I'm trying to rename my device.
Okay, you
I
want
mean,
me to rename it?
yeah. You can just say, you can put my name, I suppose.
Try, do I rename this, by the way? Oh, okay. Okay, just put your names.
I'll check now.
Or just put your name. Can I rename you Gershwin?
Yeah, yes. Just say G Dixon or
Is it okay like this, no?
yes, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
All right. I just need to sort my laptop out because I'm
Oh, okay.
not connecting from my laptop.
And I don't even know if our chairperson spoke to each other.
I don't think they did. Um, oh, and my members weren't too happy with that. There's an extra meeting in the week, but anyway. Just sort it out. But anyway, I'll chat later. I just want to sort this thing out quickly.
No problem.
All right.
Recording in progress.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, how are you?
I'm okay. You okay? It's 9 o'clock. We do have the BMA, the select committee as well, and the department. They are here in the meeting.
Okay. Thanks very much. Good morning, honorable members. Morning, Deputy Minister and your team of Home Affairs, the Commissioner, Mashia Pata, and the entire team, the Public Works, if they're in attendance, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Mananiso. We are going to facilitate this joint meeting on the issues relating to Border Management Authority, as we know that we're approaching the festive season. And this agenda is being facilitated by both committees of the NA and NCOP as the Border Management Authority to account or from time to time engage with these two committees. So engaging in the festive season, we felt it's important that we have a joint session so that we benefit from the preparations, but also on the weaknesses that may have occurred, but also noting the success of the work done in relation to the facilitation of the G20, the preparation and the post-preparation for the G20 and towards the festive season. I will request that we then request the secretaries to introduce members in attendance. And thereafter, I will hand over to Honorable Mananiso to proceed with the meeting. I will start with the NA Secretary to introduce members in attendance, and then I'll come to the Secretary of NCOP Select Committee, and then I will hand over to Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, Chairperson, from my side, unless if a member have just joined, I've got Ms. Bolman, Mr. Ngubane, yourself, Mr. Ross, Ms. Mohammed, and then Ms. Matopa. I will have to check if there are others. In terms of apologies, I've got an apology from the Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Public Works, and the Deputy Minister of Public Works. The two ministers, they are attending a subcommittee cabinet, and then the Deputy Minister is outside of the country. That's all, Chairperson, from my side.
Thank you very much. I'm informed Honorable Dolo and Honorable Ngobeni are in a meeting also. We can then move to the Secretary of the Select Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you. Chairperson, we have Honorable Noe, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Gotzel, and the Chairperson online. And then in terms of apologies, Honorable Billy apologized. He has a Magistrates Commission meeting today and tomorrow. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Secretaries. I will now hand over to Honorable Mananiso. Chairperson Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members and the Deputy Minister online. Chair, let me start by appreciating your opening remarks, and one would want to say that I'm standing on the same protocol that you have established. Can we have the agenda flighted? Thank you. Colleagues, we are meeting here today on a briefing by the Border Management Authority on their plans, preparation and readiness for the festive season and plans for the one-stop border post. So I would like to hand over to the BMA for their presentation. Noting that members have got this presentation, what one would want to emphasize on is the fact that the presenter must speak to the presentation and emphasize on issues that they think that they are important for the committee to note and those who are actually viewing the process online. Thank you. Over to you, BMA.
Good morning, honorable members, chair of the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee, and of course, chair of the Select Committee. My name is Mike Masia Pato, the Commissioner for the Border Management Authority. I thought I just needed to do that bit of a visual there. I will then be starting with the presentation, but I also want to indicate that on that particular... Hi, Chair.
I just want to check with yourself. Are you requesting a permission to switch off your video or what? Because it must be on record that you are switching it on purpose or based on some technicalities. So I just want to check if you want a permission to continue without the video, or you don't have a problem with connectivity even if you are on video.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily have a connection challenge, but generally when we mainly start the presentation, because the focus should then be on the actual slides, we mostly switch it off. So yeah, maybe we can request that permission to switch it off on the basis of the slide being flighted. But of course, when we get to the questions and sessions, we will reactivate the video, Chair.
Okay, you are permitted. You can continue. Thank you.
That's great. No, thank you very much, Chair. I think that is then clear. Yeah, I wanted to also say, co-chairs, that in that particular first item, there are two things there. The first one is the festive plan preparation, and then the second one is the OSBP, or one-stop border post readiness for implementation. And as the presentation unfolds on the first one, we will also need to be guided as to whether do we then go to the questions whilst we are to activate the other part. In other words, I'm saying that there are two presentations and we'll be guided by yourselves whether they need to follow each other, or we'll do the first and then engage on it and do the second and engage on it. But otherwise, let's then start with this particular presentation. But just for assurance purposes, Chair, if you can confirm that the slides is very much clear on screen.
Very clear, sir. Thank you.
That's great. No, thank you very much. So let's start. So this is the presentation on what we basically would call the 2025-2026 festive season preparation. And this is on the basis of the border management work. We also just want to give an overall point that says this particular plan had already been presented to the Border Technical Committee of 10 Directors Generals, or of course that is inclusive of the commissioners and the generals and all of those people that are part of the BTC. The same plan had also been presented, honorable members, to the Interministerial Consultative Committee on Border Management. And of course, it has also been presented to the NAT joints, because this is a subset of the overall presentations, or what we call planning, that the country does for the festive season. That is all inclusive. And of course, in this instance, We are just isolating the element of border management, and that is what we are to present. And of course, because the ports of entry are located around the country, the same plan had been presented to the relevant prof joints, where there are relevant ports that are actually going to be affected in as far as this process is concerned. Now, if I can then proceed to reflect in terms of how the presentation would look like, or actually how it will flow. And by the way, Chair, I have noted your point that the presentation has been sent through to the members, and therefore one will then keep it at a strategic level without necessarily going too much into the technical aspects, as the members would have read and actually went through the presentation. But otherwise, the presentation is divided into 4 key areas. The first area, we will then take stock in the work that has been done in the 2 festive seasons in particular, so that as we then go into the plan for the current festive season, we are able to have that historical context in terms of what has been done. But more critical to that is to be able to elevate the lessons that we have learned. For each and every operation that we do, we always learn lessons, and arising from those lessons, we're able to improve as we go to the next one. So for the purposes of this presentation, we will start there so that the committee members are able to appreciate where we come from. And after that, we'll then go to item 2, where we then talk about the actual plan for the 25-26, all of the modalities that are actually affected in as far as that part is concerned, and then we'll then go out of the planning into now the actual execution modality, which is going to be based on the 5-pillar action plan in terms of item 3, and then we'll conclude with what we consider to be the critical success factors for us to be able to deliver on this particular project. Now, if we are then to start, this is the point I've indicated earlier, that it is the historical context, but we have to start with the operational reality, and that basically says this particular period, especially the December-January period, highly characterized by strong movement of people, but also the movement of goods. And that we have seen, and that has always been the case over the past times. So it is on that basis that we have to do a specialized plan for us to be able to put through before yourselves before we actually move into the implementation. We also want to indicate that on the basis of those high volumes, there is indeed multiple challenges that we always face in this particular period. And of course, the majority of those are embedded in the historical reality around not necessarily not much of a focus into the space, but obviously lesser investment into the space. But of course, we have to do the work even in that particular context. We also indicate here that we have also observed that as we go into this 2025-2026 planning, we just ended now the work around the G20 Leaders Summit, which we had been able to facilitate over 40 of the heads of state, and that particular context also becomes very much critical. But at the same time, we are also aware that the cruise liners, it is also their season as we speak now. They have started already in November, and they are going to go until March. Most of them will be exiting at your Cape Town, your Durban Harbour, your PE, and all of those. And of course, that presents another element of pressure in terms of this particular period. So we had to start by contextualizing the operational realities as we move into the issues. So here we want to indicate that as we are to a plan for the 2025-2026 festive period, we just want to indicate that in terms of the 2024-2025 festive period, we have started doing some work. By the way, that is within the context of BRICS, which started, the context of G20, which started last year, December. You will remember that we took over the chairship of G20 as South Africa from Brazil. There has been a lot of work that has been done even in the December of the last year within the context of the G20. And that is why we are talking about over 600 international guests that were facilitated just in that particular period of December around the G20 itself. And again, that had also presented a particular context, and there were some bit of lessons arising from that. We also talk a bit about something that was seriously covered even in the public space, which was the issue of the Mozambican protests and all of that. And of course, that is one thing that in a way, we had to deal with just before the festive season of 24-25. And again, those are just the reflection in terms of those historical realities. We also do indicate that our top 6 ports that facilitate more than 70% of the travelers, even in this instance, they still remain OR Tambo, Beitbridge, Lebombo, Fitzroy, Maseru, as well as Cape Town International. So that reality still is very much critical. Once again, we are reflecting on this reality to say even the planning for the 2025-2026, it is also observing those realities. At the same time, we are also able to indicate that based on historical empirical data, we can confirm that around 10 nationals are always problematic, particularly during the return leg, and they have been the same in the 2023-2024 as well as 24-25 festive period. In this instance, as you can see them being highlighted there, Lesotho still becomes the most intercepted, followed by Mozambicans, Zimbabweans, and the like. And these are the ones that we then have to be very much vigilant on, particularly when it comes to the return. And that is again on the basis of the realities of the historical data. If you were to look further, you will realize there that we talk about the congestion-related issues, which becomes very much critical. And most of the congestion being experienced during the exit leg is just on the basis of your poor traffic control that we have previously experienced. And on that basis, the planning for the current 25-26 then puts a bit of focus in that particular space to make sure that we are able to deal with all of these issues as it stands. Now, this particular slide number 6 is starting to give us some bit of data for the purposes of clear historical appreciation in terms of where we sat in the last 2 festive seasons. We are just indicating here that we have also tried to make sure that we synchronize our operational period so that we are able to compare, Aprils to Aprils, as it were. You will see that in 23-24, we ran the operations from 10th December to the 18th of January. But what we did in the last year, the 24-25, we said, no, we need to run it from the 10th of December to the 15th of January, and we must keep that consistent. So that amendment had actually been very critical. And if you can look in terms of the figures there, you will realize that in the 23-24, we facilitated over 5 million in this particular period. And then if you look at 24-25, we then dropped a bit to 4.5. Now, part of that reality is because of that date adjustment, and we are intending to perfect it as we go into the future. And of course, this particular columns here at the bottom part is actually a translation of those in terms of numbers. One thing that we can also confirm arising from empirical data is that the majority of the people that we facilitate during this period are conventionally foreign nationals. You will realize there that in the 23-24, 68% of the people we facilitated were foreign nationals vis-a-vis the 32, which were South African. Then if you were to look at last year, the 24-25, again, the trend is still the same. The majority, it is still foreign nationals at 70%, and we had South Africans at around 30%. And of course, with that reality is what also informs our planning as we go forward. In this particular slide, it is slide number 7. Once again, we are bringing back the issue about the top ports that are facilitating the majority of the people during this particular period. As already articulated, you will see them there as outlined on top bullet there that demonstrate that these are the top ports. In as much as we do have 71 ports of entry, as we all know, 52 mainland, 10 international airports, and 9 seaports, but this top 10 facilitate over 70% of the travelers in this particular period, but also during the normal period of operation. And I think if you can see there, you will realize that OR Tambo still tops in as far as the facilitation of the travelers are concerned. If you look at the 24-25, which is the pie chart on your left, you will realize that that is how the whole information demonstrates. But one thing that is also very much interesting is the fact that we have seen Lebombo effectively starting to peak and ultimately surpassing Beitbridge in terms of people volume. And I understand here, it was on the basis that when we started operating as the BNA, we started seeing a slowdown in terms of these migrants that are inside South Africa, in terms of exiting out of the country during this particular period. And what we basically gather, obviously, from the work that is done in the National Border Targeting Center is the fact that those that are not that much well documented are actually afraid to exit on the basis that the returning exercise through illegal means is going to be difficult. So on that particular basis, we saw the shift. If you look on the right-hand side in terms of the pie chart, you will realize there that in the 23-24, Beitbridge and Lebombo actually facilitated 18% of the travelers at a draw. And that is where we started to see the shift. And of course, with the work that we have done in 24-25, you could have started seeing that the volumes going north on the N1 through Beitbridge had also started to be slowing down. So that is basically what this slide is all about. And of course, if you can check clearly, you will realize there about the flow in terms of the numbers of the people. So when we do the planning, this is where we concentrate the majority of our team members to be able to deal with the issues. If you then come to this particular slide, we are now starting to demonstrate here about the movement of freight, or what you will call cargo. And this is the slide that is being put together, obviously working together with our colleagues from the South African Revenue Service, for the fact that they are basically the custodian of customs in the value chain. And of course, in that context, we had to make sure that we compare notes, even in the context of the work that is done in the National Border Targeting Center as they are part of that particular value chain. This slide just tells us that Lebombo tops in as far as the movement of cargo is concerned. You will realize there that in the 24-25 period, we had over 18,000 trucks that were facilitated just in that particular period of the 10th of December to January. And of course, in this instance, it is a demonstration that we still continue, even as we deal with the high volumes of people, but also we continue with dealing with the high volumes of cargo. And of course, that number is actually followed by Beitbridge. You will realize there, which is BBR there on the left, basically that just means Beitbridge border post. So as we speak now, in as much as Lebombo had surpassed Beitbridge in terms of the movement of people, even in terms of the movement of cargo, Lebombo is now tops. And we understand it's because of the movement of your mineral trucks going to Maputo Harbor to ultimately exit into the continent. And basically, this is what this slide is telling us. In terms of the following slide, here we are now talking about the turnaround times. If you look at this particular slide, you will realize on the top quadrant there on the left that the majority of the trucks, just on the South African side, 74% of the export were processed within 0 to 30 minutes. And this is part of the work that is being done to bring efficiency in our port of entry. And of course, that work is being done by the Border Management Authority together with our colleagues from the South African Revenue Service. All of this work is on the basis of ensuring that we no longer have those trucks on the corridor for days on end, which has always been the tradition. But of course, we have started to deal with that. So if you look at the bottom one, you will realize there that Beitbridge tops in terms of those that actually got processed beyond the 0.30 minutes into 4 hours. And the question will be, why do we have Beitbridge actually now shooting up from nowhere? It is on the basis that we have a lot of cargo that is moving from Durban Harbor through into the N3, into the N1, and ultimately into the continent. And on that particular basis, we do have a scanner there that is, your SARS managed scanner, and we are then able to do some scanning and then intercept a lot of issues there that are very much problematic, and that is why you see the offshoot. In terms of Lebombo, you will realize Lebombo that goes a bit down, and the reason for that is because the majority of the cargo that moves out of Lebombo, it is basically your minerals, and on that particular basis, most of those minerals are standing either as your platinums or your palladiums or your all of these minerals. So to that effect, there's not much issues in as far as that is concerned. And that is why you will then see the difference there in terms of the figures. If we move to this particular slide, as we then conclude on the historical context, is the issue about the lessons that we've learned, particularly looking at the 2024-25 festive period, but of course, looking a bit also in the 23-24. The reason why this is important is that when we go into the planning for the upcoming, we are able to say these are the key lessons that we have learned, and this is how we are going to improve in terms of the planning going forward. For that is the philosophy that we advance in this particular instance, without necessarily going to one after the other in as far as this particular issue is concerned. I think one thing there that we are just indicating is the need to secure the 10-kilometer radius at major ports. That becomes very critical, both in terms of dealing with the exit leg, but also dealing with the entry leg. So those are the fundamentals that we have learned. And on that basis, our planning, therefore, remains embedded in that particular issue, as it were. One of the other issues that we have learned, unfortunately, which is a reality, is instances where we then have some technical issues where we end up having to do manual processing of travelers. These realities still kicks in, and of course, it is one thing that we keep on putting mitigating measures to be able to deal with by also ensuring that we do have the ICT competence in various ports to be able to deal with the issues. But in certain instances, it just becomes beyond even the control of ICT people, whether it is just power failure, for instance. And those are some of the issues that we are supposed to be dealing with. The issue of the capacity of the authority, it is something that is well canvassed, and I don't think one actually needs to be talking to that. I think it is a well-known reality. If you look into this particular slide, once again, we do indicate some of the critical issues that becomes very much advanced. I think what we can talk to on this particular slide is the issue of the involvement of the Department of Social Development. You will note that the principle of integrated border management with a single command and control instructs BMA to also have social work capacity within itself, who are supposed to be deployed into these particular ports and make sure that they're able to deal with the issues of vulnerable children and all of the people that might be victims of trafficking, human smuggling, and all of those. Unfortunately, we are not there yet as the BMA to have that particular competence in that specialization. So on that basis, we had to make sure that the Department of Social Development is on the ground with us to make sure that we are able to deal with the situation, particularly in this period, and they're able to do that with their provincial structures, and all of that becomes very much critical. And the reason why this becomes key in this particular instance is because we have seen the escalation of vulnerable children that are found at the ports in this particular period, and that is why they needed to be taken care of within the context of international protocols. Now, the other issues there are basic issues that are very much key. The issue of the detention trucks, or what we call prison carriers. As we speak now, BMA doesn't have a bigger truck up to this point. We are still having those smaller prison carriers, and that is one of the realities. So during this period, especially during the return leg, a lot of people being intercepted, they had to be put down in the bushes. But for them to be driven into the port to be processed for deportation, it becomes a bit of a cumbersome activity. And that is why the investment in the space becomes critical to be able to procure those trucks. What do we do about those? Those are the issues that we have to roll into the plan for the 25-26. And I can confirm in this instance that we are able to bring the Department of Home Affairs. They do have the bigger trucks. They are able to bring them on the ground and assist us to be able to carry the people around. So basically, these are the issues that we have actually learned. All of those slides were given a preview of the brief. So let's go quickly into the actual plan. The planning for this kind of work, we start it very early. So you can see there that we started on the 5th of September. And of course, the planning will end on the 9th of December. So as we speak today, we are still in the planning cycle. We are not as yet in the implementation phase. I'm not going to go to the details of the planning that has to be done, but what I can just say is that there are structures very much critical for this particular process. For instance, Border Security Operational Committee is a multidisciplinary structure that actually drives this planning process. And of course, within that particular structure, we do have the intelligence community that basically brings in the threat and risk assessment. All of this, the port management committees will then draft specific port plans, which are supposed to be ultimately elevated to the national level, where we do the ultimate integration. We deal with other issues about additional infrastructure, additional staff members. All of those kind of issues are all part of what is basically planned. In terms of the execution, we are going to implement this particular plan from the 10th of December, and that will run until the 15th of January. In terms of that particular period, there are two legs in it. The first leg is the exit leg until the end of December. And of course, from the January part, we then start dealing with the return leg. So in other words, the execution phase has two legs, the exit and the return. And of course, we will start the demobilization from the 15th. So basically, this is how the plan looks like. Let's quickly then run through the content of the plan. Once again, I'm not going to go into the technical details. The first part is just to understand the concept. The concept here is to say there will be days where there will be high escalation. And those are the dates where we need to bring high levels of capacity to be able to deal with those. Hence, we are saying on the departure, we are looking at 3 critical periods, 12 until 15 December. Most of the companies close, we will see the escalation. And then from there will be a bit of a relaxation in that particular week until the 19th. Again, going towards Christmas into the 24th, there will be high levels of escalation. And there we will need 100% capacity across those critical ports to make sure we facilitate people. And of course, the last one will be the one just before New Year. And that is the 28th and the 31st. We are again going to have an escalation. And of course, in terms of the return or the arrival is 1st until the 5th of January, the first leg of escalation. And then the next weekend is going to be the one around the 10th to the 13th. So this becomes very much critical, even around the issue of extending operating hours, but also the deployment of personnel. So that is the overall concept of operation that we actually deploy. This particular slide just gives us the responsibilities of the ecosystem, something that is very, very much well known to the members, which I will not necessarily recite. If we move to this one, this is now the issue of the interventions. So we are saying that we are operating at 3 key sectors. The first sector is corridor management. That becomes critical, particularly during the exit leg. What becomes very key is the ability of the ecosystem to manage the corridor, make sure there is no congestion, and make sure there is no chaos. So in that particular work, within the 10-kilometer radius, obviously, Border Management Authority takes full control, working with the entire ecosystem in terms of the traffic management teams, whether it's RTNC, whether it is CBRTA, whether it's the provincial traffic, whether it's the local traffic. All of those are part of the ecosystem in terms of corridor management, particularly for the exit leg. The second area, obviously, is within the port, and once again, BMA taking full control in there in terms of the management of the entire environment, making sure that legitimate people and goods are facilitated. The last area of operation becomes borderline operations, and that is where we have the SANDF being one of the key strategic stakeholders then in assisting in managing that particular space. Otherwise, if you look at the 5 pillars, those are the key models of operation that we are basically supposed to be activating. Intelligence becomes key from an intelligence-led operations. High-level law enforcement visibility becomes key from a proactive point of view. And of course, in instances where there are challenges, rapid response becomes critical. We also have to have the ability to detect crimes and be able to deal with those that continue to undermine the system. And of course, the last part is about communication. So if we then move to the first pillar, which is basically intelligence-led. Once again, I'm not going to go into much details. Suffice to say, this is a scientific metrics that get actually developed by our intelligence community, in this instance, within the National Border Targeting Center. Their responsibility is to look at the entire environment of operation and be able to use these metrics to indicate what are the key risks that we need to look at, and what is the probability of that risk happening? What will be the impact should that actual risk materialize? And what is the rating that they're given to that particular risk? Once again, I am not necessarily going to try and recite this. The members would have seen this and they would have followed it. Otherwise, these are the key issues that we deal with year on year. And we keep on improving in terms of our mitigation as the intelligence community give us this particular reality. And I think all of these issues are fairly canvassed. Now, if we move to this part, again, the risk and threat also gives us the kind of threat and risk that we have to be dealing with, the way in which they manifest and the impact they will have, and ultimately the measures that we put in terms of dealing with those. If you look at the first one, we have always been having a challenge of the abuse of the stamps. And these are the stamps that has been ordinary. People would easily buy them at bookshops. They go into the port around somewhere there, they call people into corners, stamp the passports, and then they get a fee, and people start to move illegally with stamped passports. We know what has been the countermeasure. We have developed the new stamps, high security stamps, They've started operating from the 1st of August, and therefore that particular risk on its own, we consider it to be mitigated, and the rest of the other ones that are also here. Once again, we wouldn't have time to go into each one of them. And again, this one is now a further expansion of the issues. And here we talk about illegal migration and smuggling. One of the fundamental risks that we have to be dealing with, and that is why we demonstrate the deployment strategically of the key law enforcers to be able to deal with those particular issues. Once again, even in this particular one, same kind of an articulation of the nature of the risk that we have to be dealing with. And if you look on the far end, you will see the countermeasures that has been put to be able to make sure we deploy accordingly to deal with those. In this particular slide, we are now talking about emerging trends that we've picked up, particularly in view of the past 2024-2025 operating period. These things keeps on emerging. You will remember, once you are able to mitigate a particular risk, obviously those that are with nefarious intent will also try to shift into other issues. That is why here, for example, we are talking about a shift of illegal migration around the Telebridge segment. And I think the reality of it here is when we brought in some bit of drones around Masero Bridge as well as Fitzberg, now the Basotho nationals moved into the Telebridge side and tried to move into the country illegally that side. So that is a trend, and we have to deal with that. So these are some of the issues that we are talking about in this particular instance here. And those are the issues. And of course, if you look at the Groblersdal Bridge Stockport segment, once again, it is that shift that we have also seen, that as we start to deal with the issues in a particular area, then they shift to the other side. Here, in terms of Groblersdal Bridge, you will be aware, when we intensified operations at Bay Bridge, they moved into Botswana side and moved into Groblersdal Bridge side and enter on the Western Corridor. And I think they were fairly aware that our deployment is more on the northern, eastern, as well as central, but not on the western. When those things shift, we are able to shift with them. And that is why this kind of intelligence becomes key. Now, if you look at the second pillar, we now talk about the proactive approach. So here, it is more about making sure that our deployment becomes proactive, and it also serves as a deterrent instead of basically chasing after the event. That is why we are able to proactively identify the priority ports. In this instance, we have 12 of them. But we also have to identify the vulnerable segments where we need strategic deployments to be able to deal with the issues. And of course, all of those are well articulated. And that is why you will see the measures that we have put into place to be able to deal with those. And part of that is the whole issue of strategic deployments of the drones for the purposes of dealing with the challenges and dealing with the issues as they unfold. As I have indicated, the deployment of national traffic, particularly RTMC, we have to have a conversation with them and indicate that failure to do effective corridor management create chaos in the port, and that is why they have to be on the ground. The provincial traffic systems as well as the municipal teams are very much critical. We do have still some challenges where municipal people, particularly the traffic guys, will then be working normal working hours. They start at 8, by 4 o'clock, 4:30, they say, hey, no, so tonight, we are not we don't do night duty and all. So we continue to engage with these municipalities for this particular period to make sure that they are at least able to allow people to work through 24 hours. But unfortunately, we have not succeeded fully on that. And these are some of the issues that we have to deal with. So that is why we then make sure that the police assist as part of managing the traffic on the corridor in this kind of situations, particularly during night times. So these are basically the issues from a proactive point of view. This particular slide, honorable members, is basically what we had planned around bringing in additional capacity, because this kind of a period requires you to take people from certain ports that we know are not going to be problematic into ports that we know they are going to be problematic. And that kind of an adjustment and the movement of people becomes a costly exercise. Once you move people from one place to the other, because we do not have staff quotas or staff accommodation places yet, even as the Border Management Authority, we have to be booking for them and all of that. So it becomes an expensive enterprise. So in the 2023-2024, you'll remember we were assisted by Home Affairs then, and we spent just around 40 million. And of course, last year, again, as the BMA, not necessarily being helped by Home Affairs that time, we spent around the same. So we knew the trend In terms of bringing capacity from other areas, the kind of an expenditure will be around 40 million. And on that basis, our planning was also centered around that. And that is what this slide is telling us. You will see the top ports there and the additional people that we wanted to bring. We talk about 40 Beitbridge, 80 at Libombo. Once again, responding to the volumes, people movement and goods movement. And that is how the entire planning has actually looked like. And by the way, when we presented this particular slide to the ministers, it was before the adjustment of the budget done by the Minister of Treasury on the 12th of November. So this was based on that particular adjustment, wherein there was an expectation that there will be some adjustment to be able to assist us to run this festive season. We want to be very much clear to this committee so that there is no any technicality to say, because on that 12th of November, there was a zero adjustment on the existing BMA budget, we are not able to deliver on this. So simply put, we had to request something to deliver on the G20, and we can confirm in hindsight that the department or the National Treasury was able to give us 10 million. And that is why we were able to deliver on the G20 incident-free and seamlessly. And that is a fact. It was because of the 10 million we got. We were able to bring the colleagues into OR Tambo and Seria Waterkloof and do the whole issue. But now we are going into a bigger spread, and that is why we're talking about these figures. But because there is no adjustment, this part automatically collapses. And by the way, this particular presentation was already sent through to yourselves. So we are still on the planning phase. Therefore, this is going to change. There will not be any additional capacity. And what that means, the implication of that is very clear. Bit of challenge, particularly in terms of the exit leg around the queues, but also bit of chaos and challenge when it comes to the return leg. But we will deal with those based on the capacity we have. But of course, we will not be able to take people from rest days back into the environment because of the issue. So we'll try to manage that with whatever that we have. But this part of the slide, we want to put it very clear to the members, is not going to be implemented. In terms of SAPS, in terms of SARS, in terms of CBRTA, those additional members there, they confirmed that they are going to be brought in. All those numbers on the left, which are more BMA aligned, we are not going to be able to deliver on that. Now, on this particular slide, we are basically talking about ICT and infrastructure. Here, we're just saying, as we always do, we make sure that we bring in technicians on the ground who work full-time there to make sure that at least they take care of the systems in case there is any challenge. Systems sometimes get overwhelmed with high levels and high volumes. Therefore, when they're there, it's a bit easier. Infrastructure, DPWI has always been gracious to bring additional infrastructure, whether it is ablution facilities, some bit of fences to help us to demarcate for the movement and all of that. All of these issues are actually dealt with, and we are not necessarily worried about that. Now, again, as I've said, corridor management, we have identified the key corridors that we have to deal with, and we are going to deploy drones accordingly. During the exit leg, we use the drones to assist in traffic management, to be able to see chaos emerging. Sometimes people will want to block all the roads going into a particular direction, which then makes chaos for those that actually are supposed to exit. So we'll be using the drones for that. But obviously for the return leg, we are going to be using them for the purposes of the interceptions. Now, let me move with speed, honorable chairs and members, to say this slide just demonstrates the deployment. And once again, it is a technical slide. We might not want to go into the detail, but it is a demonstration that all of the deployments are effectively going to be put on the table together with our colleagues from the Defense Force. This particular slide just talks about the areas or the ports where we have requested the Minister of Home Affairs to extend operating hours. Once again, when you extend operating hours, it means additional staff members. Because in those particular instances, we should be able to cover in the hours that ordinarily we do not cover. If you can see Crowler's Bridge, one of the top emerging ports, they close at 10. But for this period, we are going to close it at 12. So what that means, we need to have capacity of people to be able to do so. Once again, because of that slide where there are financial issues, we are going to be very much scanty. Honorable members, we need to be very much practical here. We do know, and Honorable Rose is here, we do know that sometimes people will phone and say, no, we can see here that there are two people on the South African side and all, but that is the reality. And that is basically the essence. Once you extend even operating hours, it makes that situation worse. I was at Mananga Port of Entry just a few weeks ago, and there were only 3 immigration officers there. And they were telling me to say, but this is the number we have. If one of them gets sick and the other one has to go to the loo, then there is one person. If you arrive at that time, you are going to be facing one person. Obviously, the queue then becomes exaggerated. And those are the realities. And that capacity issue, we have spoken about it over and over, and I don't think we need to emphasize that. I'm just demonstrating here that even if we are extending the operating hours, those are the implications that we need to be aware of. Pillar number 3, as I go towards concluding, is the rapid response. Here we are just saying, once there are challenges, we have all the teams very much ready to make sure that they are able to intercept and deal with the issues. Once again, this is a multi-stakeholder activity. In terms of traffic issues, decongestion, we activate all the traffic role players. Once again, within the port, decongestion, we have to make sure all the key specialized functions within the port, BMA, are very much ready to deal with all of those issues. On the left-hand side, we have also the provincial structures. Public order policing will always be on standby. If there is some kind of chaos at the port, people want to protest or anything like that, we are able to activate the public order policing in the respective province to come and deal with the situation. You will remember the border guards are not POP, they're not public order police. Once there is a challenge, that is where they come through, and that is the police will come through and deal with the issues. This slide is just the responsibilities within the context of legislative mandate across the ecosystem, very much known to the members. I will not touch on that. Here it is now the last slide. So not the last pillar. In this last pillar, we are just talking about the mechanism in terms of the communication, as well as the coordination of the activities from a border management point of view. Maybe let me use this opportunity to indicate we do have the nut joints, is the overall structure that deals with the entire country operations, in country and everywhere else. We are just accountable for one area, which is border management. Therefore, when it comes to having to engage on the border management activity, the Border Management Authority drives that. That is why we talk about BMA communication team driving border related. Once an issue goes beyond border and it becomes more national, then you will then see the nut joints being activated. Then you will see people like General Musikili coming through and starting to deal with that. It means the issue is no longer border management, it is more broader. And that is basically how the interface look like, which is why in this slide we are saying, from an escalation point of view, if there is a challenge at the Port Management Committee is there to deal with the issue. If they can't, then we escalate Border Security Operational Committee. If they can't, then we activate the DGs at the Border Technical Committee. If the need arises, we escalate to the political class in the Interministerial Consultative Committee. This is just the level of escalation. Under normal circumstances, most of the issues in this period, they are being handled at the PMC level. In certain instances, they go to the BSOC, but we haven't necessarily got to a level where we got ministers and DGs activated in this instance. It was just during that time of the Mozambican protest where we had some issues being escalated accordingly. So this is in short the plan in as far as the 2025-2026 financial year, festive season period is concerned. Let me stop there, Chair, and hope that one was able to deliver the brief within the allocated time. Thanks, coaches.
Thank you, Doc. Can we have then the second presentation on one-stop border posts so that when we engage, we are able to engage both of the presentation from BMA? I've noted that the slides, it's only 12 slides, so you can just sum up in terms of the essence of the one-stop border posts, and then would have remarks by the Deputy Minister before I note hands from members.
That's great. Thanks, Chair. If you can also confirm that it is also clear.
Very clear.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chair. So this basic slide is just our readiness to implement the one-stop border post. And you're very much right. I will basically take 7 or so minutes and then we should be done. So this is just to respond to the request that we got from yourselves that we needed to also demonstrate how ready are we to implement the one-stop border post, as it were. So in this instance, we'll just do some bit of context around the redevelopment of the 6 ports, because that becomes one of the fundamentals for the implementation of the one-stop border post, and we'll give some bit of status around where we are in as far as the public-private partnership on that. And then from there, we'll then go into our actual readiness, obviously in line also with the legislative process, which we appreciate yourselves in the work that you have done, particularly to get the legislative process unfolding accordingly. Now, on that context, we can indicate that the ports that are going to be redeveloped, redesigned, particularly starting from the new year, that is next year, is Beitbridge, Lebombo, Oshu, Kofontaine, Maseru Bridge, and Fixburg. So those are the top 6 land commercial ports as we have known them, and they are going to be opened up. I think one thing that all the members here will know is the fact that the ports as inherited, they basically were built for security during the apartheid times. They were never meant to facilitate people, neither were they meant to facilitate cargo or what you call freight. So on that basis, they are always chock-a-blocker. That is why this became a fundamental infrastructural intervention to open up those particular spaces so that we can end up with lane for the trucks, we can end up with lane for small vehicles, lane for the passenger vehicles, whether it's taxis and buses, but also lane for the pedestrian. Once you achieve that, we can't be talking about people having to wait, or even trucks having to wait even for 20 minutes at the port. It has to be end-to-end, and it must be as efficient as possible. This time around, in this particular implementation, it becomes end-to-end. We no longer account only for South Africa, we account for ourselves and also our immediate neighborhood. A lot of work has been done in as far as that part is concerned. All of this becomes very much critical to bring efficiency in the movement of people and cargo. And that is what we are talking about. So where are we on the Triple P? You will see the journey that has been traversed. Treasury Approval 1, some time back, was done. Treasury Approval 2, some time back, done. Treasury Approval 3, 2B was done. And now we are to get Treasury Approval 3. That is the last approval before we go to the financial close. And that's where we are. So obviously, the successful bidders, as we speak, are being engaged on. And ultimately, that will lead into the last phase. Now, as soon as all the agreements or all the negotiations are done with the successful bidders, then we are going to go to Treasury to get the last approval, which is Treasury Approval 3. And then from there, we are going to then sign the PPP agreements. And once the public-private partnership agreements are signed, then the Department of Home Affairs that had started all this journey is then going to officially hand over everything to the Border Management Authority, and we will then have to start engaging directly and doing the direct interface with all of the successful bidders when they start the construction phase and the rest of the other issues. Now, who are the stakeholders involved in the value chain? You can see them, very much sophisticated and competent team. I will not try to recite them, but everybody is there, whether it's Infrastructure South Africa, whether it is Infrastructure Fund, whether it's the DPSA, and some of the private sector role players like Ernst & Young and them are all there, and they've been assisting us in this particular journey. Now, in terms of the implementation of the one-stop border post, I think we can fairly agree that this is a model implemented already by other jurisdictions. Just close by, Zambia and Zimbabwe, they've already implemented it at Chirundu Port of Entry. It is just us that has been a bit slower in the process. But in East Africa, one-stop border post is the basic mantra. Whether it's Kenya, Tanzania, and all of them, they are already actually implementing it. So the key issue here is to make sure we harmonize processes, simplify everything. Movement of people and cargo must be very clear. We share data around ICT, and that must be very much basic. Hardware must be fundamental, must be very straightforward. And by the way, maybe let me say this, honorable chairs and committee members, when we're talking about engaging with our neighbors, which is what we are doing now, and by the way, we are very much ready, we are aligned around the sharing of data. We need to move ultimately into a single declaration system in terms of the movement of goods, and that is actually being facilitated by the commissioners of customs across the SAC region in particular. So everything is going well, but somebody was saying, but what about sovereignty of states when it comes to issues of national security and the issue of sensitivity of data? And we have to simplify it, honorable committee members, and say, we are not talking national security issues here. We talk about the movement of goods. If South Africa is to export 5 oranges into Zimbabwe, and we share data with the Zimbabweans to say 5 oranges are coming, they're coming from this one, and they've already complied in 1, 2, and 3, and we share that data electronically. When the oranges arrive that side, it's just seamless movement. There is no national security issue on oranges. So it's a basic thing like that. And that is why countries around us have agreed and we are fairly aligned. We are going to be implementing this particular model. So very much soon, when the bill comes into law, the infrastructure is ready, we are going to start moving in that direction. And of course, this is the model that we have always seen before. I just wanted to say that on the top part, the juxtaposed one-stop border post is what is going to be done and is going to be implemented. As we speak, in Zimbabwe, in terms of Beitbridge, they're already done. I think they are now on year 2 or 3. After they finished with their infrastructure development, they are waiting for us, and they were even telling us we are delaying them. That is in terms of the juxtapose, meaning they develop on their side, we develop on our side. We co-locate with them on our side, we go and co-locate with them on their side, economic zone. And I think the committee members are aware of this because you had discussed this in length when we were dealing with the one-stop border post bill. Now, there's not going to be any straddling one-stop border post in this instance, completely out. In any event, most of our ports are in the rivers. So you can't even have a straddled approach because you can't even build a port in the middle of Limpopo River. So that is completely out. Single country OSBP. Lesotho has been saying to us they will want us to do single country with them because they might not have money. And that is basically what they said, to develop on their side. They will be happy to co-locate on our side to basically do in and out and in one spot, which will be on the South African side. And we are very much comfortable with that. So basically that is where we are in as far as this part is concerned. Legislation-wise, you have done well as the committee members. And I do know that the National Assembly side, which is the portfolio side, had already done the work, and ultimately on the NA side, everything has been done, and now it is going to be the NCOP side. And I suppose on that basis, the co-chair will be ready to get this through the ecosystem in the NCOP side. And once that has been done, then it becomes law. Economic zone, what you call common zone, will be effected. And by the way, all of the countries are ready. We're just talking to the Mozambicans recently. They've just appointed their Triple P partners that are going to develop at Rasen Garcia on their side. And as we develop on the Libombo side, then we should be ready to implement the one-stop border post. So from where we are sitting, everything is going according to plan. The only thing we are doing now is just to finalize land parcels issue with some of the landowners. Some of them are private people, some of them are your local government, some of them are provincial, some of them are National Department of Agriculture or land reform and all of that. So we are basically engaging with all of those. For taxi ranks and all of that, the Department of Transport, part of the value chain, municipalities, local government generally, as well as the provinces, but also the municipalities are engaged in as far as this particular project is concerned. So that is basically the end of this particular one, but we can confirm that we are ready to implement the OSBP. Thanks, co-chairs and the committee members.
Thank you, Dokotela. Can we now have remarks by the Deputy Minister before I note hands from members?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the members of the Select Committee and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Just as a formality first, I would just like to indicate that we are here with the BMA Commissioner who was doing the presentation. We also have the Director General of Home Affairs, Mr. Makote. We also have Deputy Commissioners for BMA, Deputy Commissioner Shelembe and Tupan, and the entire team from the Border Management Authority. I think firstly, Chair, as a means of remark, I think we would just like to applaud the decision and the process that was undertaken by Parliament as well as the Executive on the establishment of the Border Management Authority. I think from where we are standing now, we're in a better position than we were before, and also the introduction of new technologies that really assist the BMA to be able to carry out its obligation and duties. We are not where we are supposed to be at the moment, but we are making steady progress, and funding has been the major issue. But I believe that that is something that we'll continue to work on does not mean that because we are struggling with funding, then we must let our guard down. And I'm really proud of the team and the work that they've continued to do. More so with the G20 summit, I think it was one of the ways for us to display our capabilities in as far as facilitating the move of people, as well as the entire Home Affairs ecosystem in making sure that we facilitate the necessary travel enabling documents for everyone to come into the country. And we are quite proud of the work that has been done. And I think the strategy as presented by Commissioner, just for me to indicate that it is based on learning. And I think from the previous year, we were able to learn. And now we are taking those lessons into the new year and implementing that pillar-based approach, which mainly deals with intelligence gathering as well, which is very important for us. And on the one-stop border post, Chair, just to close it off on the issue of the preparations, we really request the support from the committee and also any advices that you will bring in. We understand that, yes, because of the security of the country, we cannot drill into a lot of details, but from where we are standing, we are quite comfortable that we'll be able to deliver and deliver successfully and make sure that people move. Now, on the one-stop border post, Chair, I think firstly, I must indicate that this is about the development of the upgrades for the 6 ports of entry. It does not deal with the borderline security, as in the border fence and the border line infrastructure. It deals with the specific 6 ports of entry that will be upgraded in the main for purposes of making the ease of movement of people easier, as well as the facilitation of the movement of goods. We have an African continental free trade area, which will be relying mostly on the upgrade of these ports of entry, whilst the borderline infrastructure is an issue that public works as well as defense, they mainly deal with. We operate within the 7-kilometer radius, but as I've indicated, that through the use of technology like drone technology, we have been able to increase the number of people who are trying to do illegal crossings into the country in the vulnerable areas, whilst the responsibility of the infrastructure remains with the other 2 departments. The National Assembly has processed the bill that has to do with the one-stop border post. It will now be going to your hands, Chair, at the NCOP level. What we did, Chair, was to take a 2-tier approach in dealing with the issue of the one-stop border post. We were not going to sit back and say we are going to wait for the bill to be processed before we can start the process of securing service providers for the infrastructure build. So we allowed the processes to run seamlessly together so that by the time we converge at the end, we are done with the process of getting service provided for the infrastructure build, whilst we already have the bill also in place. It's proving to be aligning very well, as the Commissioner has said that in terms of the infrastructure build, we are now dealing with Treasury and the bill is in your hands, Chair. One of the things that I would like to indicate there is that we're having strong engagements with local communities in those various areas. We will be going out to also make engagements with them, not only just community members, but various government departments, traditional leaders, so that the process really is a smooth one that does not have long delays and negative impact in the future. This project, Chair, I must indicate it is very important and vital for our country in as far as the movement of goods is concerned, as well as the role that Home Affairs and BMA has to play in facilitating the movement of goods and people, as such contributing to economic development. We believe once this project is concluded, it will contribute greatly towards making people move towards the borderline, promoting regular movement of people, as well as reducing the irregular movement of people through this one-stop border post project. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the rest, the Commissioner really dealt with the finer details of the issues. I just thought I must introduce those few issues. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. I think one is really appreciating the signage between yourselves and the BMA and your remarks with regards to learning from the past operations and as well research and evidence-based approach program of action for the festive operations and the intelligent-driven operation that will mitigate to the risk that we are at some times exposed to. And the issue of multi-sectoral approach plan is one of the things that from our side as the NCOP, we always emphasize on it because it actually deals with issues of budget as well, where we are able not to duplicate but work together to ensure that our operations are done successfully. We appreciate the presentation thus far. I now want to note the hands of from the members who'd want to engage for clarity-seeking questions or comment with regards to these two presentations that are before us. Members, I'm now noting hands for participation in terms of inputs and clarity-seeking questions. Yes, I have noted on my side, I have Honorable Gerike and Honorable Andrian Ruos, and I have Honorable Nombuso Mtolo, Honorable Pinowe, Honorable Malebo, Honorable Matopa, and Honorable Mampuru, and Honorable Sihle Ngubane. These are the hands that one have noted from my side. I would hand over now to Honorable Gerike. Honorable Gerike, over to you.
Chair, good morning, and also good morning to the colleagues and also the officials. I am going to ask your indulgence, Chairperson. Where I am at the moment, I have connection problems here, but I will try my utmost best to speed up as quick as possible. Let me appreciate the presentation as well and the information. Many of the stuff we have heard before in some other presentations. And then let me also congratulate the Border Management Authority. We have learned recently about the case at Beitbridge where they have used some new technology to look into the load, and they have discovered some illicit cigarettes. Now, you will recall on our oversight visits to some of these border posts, we have continually hammered on the fact that the Border Management Authority must be able to investigate the load without unloading it, so to speak. But to look into any load, because we will not know what is entering our country unless we have that type of technology. It is, however, encouraging to note that we have that type of technology recently, and a gentleman was arrested on the Beitbridge border post with a load of illicit cigarettes. I am particularly concerned about our porous borders. I do understand the one-stop initiative. It is also commendable. But you will know, Chairperson, when we visited Maseru recently, that border post, the officials distinctly told us that they only have control of what is happening at the border post. They don't have authority on what's happening further down the line. And one official told us that people are walking in and out South Africa without them being checked. They can see them by the drone, but they cannot reach them. And those activities are on a daily basis where people are coming into South Africa without the relevant documentation. Now, you will know that we are all for people coming in and out. There's no objection to that from other African countries, but we also say that people must be documented. That is the policy. I want to know from the departments, this is the question. I haven't heard anything in terms of budget, what the department needs in order to erect those fences, for instance, electric fences, whatever fences, in order to do that control. We also have not heard about there's a huge shortage of manpower. Maybe I have not heard that, but what in terms of a comprehensive plan that you can submit, that we can take forward to the relevant ministries and the authorities as a committee? When can we expect a comprehensive plan with budgets as well to present so that we can secure our borders, appoint more people, train more people, and bring more people, more human resources so that our borders are safe and secure for anybody to come in? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gerrick. Honorable Ruas.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, let me start by welcoming the joint consideration of this report. I think it's a very positive step that the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces looks at this together. Chair, I think first of all, it's disappointing that the SAPS border units remain outside of the BMA for another year, are still not integrated into the BMA. It's been 2 years and 8 months since they were supposed to be integrated, and it's something that we have to be disappointed about, and states in categorical terms that it's putting the BMA under tremendous pressure and under resourcing. I think we've seen tremendous results in the last December period, where the interceptions increased by 215%. But this really cannot carry on for another whole year, and it has to be resolved. That's it, Chair. The BMA, the presentation says that there will be collaboration with the Gauteng provincial government to increase capacity at OR Tambo International Airport. And I think we do talk a lot about the land borders on the edge of the country, but our airports are also international borders. So the presentation mentions 80 traffic wardens that will be added to the immigration stream. I just wanted to understand how that process works, and how do you add the traffic wardens, and is that the kind of thing that can be considered on a more regular basis, for example, for internal immigration enforcement? Here we're talking about supplementing BMA resources with the resources of other spheres of government. So I'd just like to understand how it's working and whether there's a potential to do this kind of thing for other types of immigration enforcement in between holiday periods. Then I'd also like to understand from the Commissioner what the expected impact of the electronic travel authorization will be at ports of entry such as the OR Tambo International Airport. Will the ETA be extended by the December period? And what is the expected impact of persons coming in and very quickly being able to identify themselves and authorize themselves and go through and clear the passport control? Then in terms of drone technology, I'd just like to understand a bit more about where we are in terms of drone technology, the use and procurement of drone technology, as it appeared to be, although there were some challenges, it appeared to be quite successful in terms of border interceptions in the last festive period. And then just one comment on the one-stop border post. I think it's, there's been a parallel process while we in Parliament have been processing the legislation, that the procurement has already continued, before we have the legislation. And I'm still unclear, Chair, on what this PPP model is. I see in the presentation it's being handled by National Treasury, but will the private operator be authorized to levy toll fees and access fees to cross-border traders? And importantly, who will regulate this? If that is the case, if the infrastructure fees are being carried by a private operator, and then they will have to recoup the money, who will regulate the fees to make sure that they remain feasible and within bounds? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ruas. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, honorable members and Deputy Minister.
Honorable Mtolo, I'm not sure how you do it in the NA, but I'll appreciate you switching on your video and then be permitted to switch off if you have challenges with connectivity.
Sorry, Chair, I have challenges with connectivity.
Okay. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members, the Deputy Minister and the Department. Chairperson, as we welcome the comprehensive presentation on the one-stop border post, the plan provides clear, practical steps toward implementation, and it is encouraging to see alignment with our broader goal of modernizing ports of entry to improve efficiency, trade facilitation, and security. However, our key clarity request relates to the engagement with neighboring states. Since OSBPs require joint operation and shared infrastructures, we need to understand, have formal engagement or agreements been reached with neighboring countries at the identified ports of entry? If so, what is the progress toward alignment on operations, systems, and legal arrangement? If not, what is the projected timeline to secure these bilateral agreements, given that implementation cannot progress without cross-border coordination? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo. Some of your questions, some part were answered, but I think the commissioner will give clarity and more details with regards to those issues on the work done with neighboring ports. Honorable Noe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody on the platform. I stand on the protocol established. Thank you for the presentations by the BMA. Chair, on the first presentation, it was mentioned that there seems to be no cooperation from the municipalities as far as the involvement of the traffic officers during this time, as it is an operation that requires everybody's involvement. I just want to check whether that issue was escalated to the higher authorities to make sure that that it is addressed, or it has been left like that. But I think emanating from this meeting, if it is still hanging, I think DM and those are responsible. That matter will have to be followed up. I don't think it will be just left like that. Then, Chair, subject to be corrected, when we were at Maseru, while the report will still be processed, just to check on the stakeholders consulted, we were informed that there was like a project that was started there to build a taxi rank to deal with the congestion that we know at Maseru Bridge. And the taxi people, their leadership raised a concern like that project was abandoned halfway. Whether this new development will be taking that into consideration, or whether BMA is aware of that, because I think we were still to follow it up as a committee with the provincial government, or whether further on taxi industry is involved, because it is going to be affected by this new development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Noe. Honorable Matopa.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you permit, I would request that I down my video for better connectivity.
Permitted. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me also take this opportunity to greet the honorable members, our colleagues in attendance, and also get into appreciating the presentation before us. Chair, as we approach the high-pressure festive season, our border environment faces intensified traveler volumes, increased border crimes, and persistent operational vulnerabilities. The plan before us reflects strong interagency cooperation, yet it also exposes serious weaknesses, from system failures and manual processing to fence breakages, corruption, inadequate detention capacity, and shifts in illegal migration routes that criminals continue to exploit. Our duty today is clear: to ensure that the department is fully prepared, properly resourced, and accountable. South Africans expect secure borders, efficient ports of entry, and decisive action against smuggling networks, document fraud, and illegal migration. Let me also again, Chair, just appreciate the report that's detailed, presented, the lessons learned, improvements made to ensure that our borders remain secure, our systems resilient, and our people safe. I would just like to pose 3 questions to the BMA. The first question would be, what measures have been put in place to prevent system downtime on BMCS, EMCS, especially at ports previously identified with permanent network challenges? When will all ports be fully equipped for real-time movement capturing without relying on manual processing? And the last one, in conclusion, has the BMA procured improvement drone modules with night vision capability and extended battery life, as recommended in the lessons learned? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matopa, and your first statements have been noted as matters of emphasis per the presentation. You can lower your hand. Honorable Mampuru.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, can I then take down my camera? Am I visible?
You are visible and proper with your uniform. You can switch off.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, let me take this opportunity and greet all honorable members present here, and the Deputy Minister and officials from the BMR. I think the report which have been presented here is highly informative. And Chair, I believe that one of the purpose of us having the border management regulation is not to prevent people from either entering or exiting our country. It is there so to be able to manage, the access into our country and also our people going to other countries. Chairperson, I'm just going to post 2 questions here. I have not heard. Am I safe, Chair? Am I still protected? Chair, I have not heard BMR informing us of the budget which is in place for the program which they are going to embark on, as they've said that their planning started in September and it only
Honorable Mampur.
Am I audible?
You are audible, but I want to just indicate to 2 members who have switched on their mics to switch them off, Honorable Machi and Honorable Gerik. Can you assist us by switching off your mics? Honorable Machi, can you switch off your mic? Thank you. Honorable Mampuru, you can continue.
Yeah, as I was saying, Chair, I'll say let us then check into the issue of budget, because we do not know how much has been budgeted from this whole program. As we've been informed that it has commenced in September, it will only be ended somewhere in mid-January. So can we please be informed in terms of how much has been budgeted for the whole program, because they also indicated that there will be an adjustment in terms of the staff. So my first question was in relation to that. My second question, Chair, was that we've experienced the influx of immigrants coming to our country, and then it has been an issue of concern for the longest of time. So both border management and then also the home affairs. Is there any plans that they have in place to document the undocumented immigrants and then invoicing the country of origin to then pay for those documents, because when we engage some of the immigrants as to what might be the difficulties in them getting documents, they've highlighted that it is extremely difficult from their countries of origin to get documents. So I wanted to check whether are there any processes for our country and also their country of origin to say we can document you from this site and then invoice your country to avoid having illegal immigrants into our country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mampuru. Honorable Sihle. Honorable Mampuru, lower your hand.
Thank you very much, Chair, and we appreciate the presentation as well from both parties, and as well. My question, Chair, I'll start with the preparation for the BMA in the plan, operational plan for the festive season. My first question to that presentation is what are the main lessons learned from the 2024-25 festive season operations and that you've learned there, and how are these being addressed in this 2025-2026 plan? What main lessons you've learned from the previous activities of last year, and how you're gonna improve on this year? And what are the critical risks identified for the upcoming festive season, and what countermeasures are in place to mitigate those risks? There is a challenge as well. You even spoke about that you've got enough resources for the ICT support, but the challenge is at the borders as well. The systems that is always being down. How will the ICT support be provided to address the system downtime and technical glitches at ports of entry? How is it going to be done to avoid these systems being down? And my last questions on this subject for the preparation of the festive season is, what are measures in place to handle unaccompanied minors and vulnerable groups intercepted at the borders? So if I can have those questions answered for the operational plan. And then on the OSBP, I think my sentiment is the same as well with colleagues. What was concerning from my side was the stakeholder rules. It could be much more clearer. While the presentation lists the main stakeholders, it does not clearly define their specific responsibility, accountability, and coordination. And as well, we need to see more involvement of traditional leaders. Not only that, the stakeholders must just be involved. These are big projects. They need to be playing big part and big role in this implementation of the one-stop border post that will happen. So I think that needs to be defined more in terms of that. And then my other questions on this OSBP, yeah, I've mentioned that. Please, on the stakeholder, don't only engage them, the stakeholder. Please involve them as well, and make them play the role in this implementation of one-stop border post. What the other? My last question: what are the main challenges currently faced at the 6 identified ports of entry, and how will the redevelopment address these issues? And how will the redevelopment of these ports specifically contribute to local economic development and job creation? I think that's important as well. And we need clarity as well. Most colleagues of ours did emphasize that the timelines and the budgeting on this implementation of this OSBP was not clear. So we'd like to know what are the key milestones and timelines for this PPP project, and what is their current status currently, as well as if we can have as well the clarity, the clear presentation of the budgeting and the resourcing of this project. as well, if it can be clarified that how are the various stakeholders like the DHA, BMA, National Treasury, GTEC and ESA and the TPSA, etc., will be coordinated to ensure the success of this implementation of this SBP. I think from there, Chairperson, those were our concerns, and that's where we would like to get responses from. And then I'll end there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gubane. Just for note is that some of the issues that you have earlier raised on issues of lessons learned, it was actually extensively covered, but on other issues, one is noted on the specifics of stakeholders' involvement and their responsibility thereof. It's other issues that one feels that they were omitted on the presentation, and it is important that we be vanished with those particular details, and as well timelines. One agrees that they are not there, they are not specific timelines and so on. Issues of coordination, it's been noted as one of the things that you think that they can be done better. I now want to thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Mohale, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Greetings to my fellow members. I just have 3 points that I want
Honorable
to make.
Member, can we see you if you don't have any technical glitches?
I know I prefer to ground off the video.
You prefer?
Yeah, I think it's better like that.
I'll talk to you outside this session. It's not about preference here, it's about protocol, but you can continue.
Thanks. Norman, I think one of the key issues that I will continue emphasizing is the lack of funding for the BMA. It's crippling the ability of this entity in terms of it being able to discharge its responsibility. And that has real impact on the issues we're seeing on the ground with the rise of the anti-foreigner sentiment and some of the movements that have risen, where people want to take the law into their own hands and deal with the issue of illegal immigrants. So the underfunding of the BMA, which is an issue that we have consistently been grappling with and highlighting for the past couple of years, it's something that I think all of us as not just members of the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs, but including as members of Parliament, it's an issue that we should really be able to raise and ensure that it is properly addressed, because for as long as the BMA is underfunded, it will not be able to deal with the challenges of illegal immigration into South Africa. But my 2 questions are these ones. Firstly, there was an issue with the Lebombo when we did the Lebombo port visit, with access to some of the sections of the border areas due to farmers locking their gates and so on. So I wanted to know whether the BMA is in the process of acquiring some of the parcels of land to ensure that they have unfettered access into some of those critical parts of the border stretch. So we just want to get an update on that, whether anything is being done. And then second question, there was an engagement with the Lesotho government, because I see on the presentation the high numbers of people who are being intercepted coming into the country illegally are from Lesotho and our neighboring countries like Swaziland and Mozambique and Zimbabwe. But there was an engagement, I believe, a while ago with the officials in Lesotho in terms of trying to deal with the issue of people crossing over illegally. And part of the reason was that some of the neighboring countries, there are challenges with regards to issuing of proper passports for ease of movement. They are not capacitated like ourselves here. And also the fact that the passports, I mean, in countries like Zimbabwe, are very, very expensive for people. So I just want to know how far or what were the agreements in that regard, and what is it that is being done to address that particular situation, particularly of our neighboring countries just being willy-nilly moving into our country without proper documents, because we would know that SADC member countries, they have that 90-day allowance that allows them to be in the Republic. So just an update in that regard will be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mohale. Can you lower your hand, Honorable Machi? Is it Honorable Machi or Machi? Honorable Member?
Honorable Machi.
Okay, Honorable Machi, over to you. You look proper.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I've got to appreciate the presentations which have been presented by different people. It really gives hope. There is some hope. And also I really appreciate if people can tell us that they've learned other things. So after learning, they are looking forward for developments. And on that one, we're expecting some improvements. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I do have some concerns. Firstly, I have got to greet my Honorable Deputy Minister, my honorable colleagues, as well as our respective officials. I've got some few questions. I would like to ask several, like as we're preparing for the festive season, several high-risk segments such as Peka Bridge, Rahanek, Telebridge, Parofi, and Stockport are highlighted as very under-capacitated. What additional fields enforcement resources will be developed to these hotspots specifically, and how will their effectiveness be measured during the operations? Currently, the drone models measures limitations in battery life, distance, storage, and right vision's capabilities. Has the BMA procured upgraded models for this operation? And if not, how will these limitations affect nightmare operations and key segments such as Libombo, Water Bridge, Otut, and Maseru Bridge? The other one, Chairperson, is related to some departments who are mostly notable, especially the social development, has repeatedly failed to maintain consistent presence during festive operations. What enforcement mechanism or accountability process has been put in place to ensure that all mandated departments fulfill their operational obligations this season. The last two, the department will present with a presence of the border were required to submit office and equipment requirements for design. Have all departments complied, and which departments are lagging or have submitted incomplete inputs that may compromise the final RFP or infrastructure layout? The last one, the OSPP bill has passed the National Assembly and is now before the NSOP. What is the implementation timeline once enacted, and what bilateral agreements with neighboring countries are already in negotiation or require urgent conclusion to operationalize common control zones? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Manki. I have noted Honorable Malebo earlier on. Honorable Malebo.
Thank you very much, Chair. For the benefit of connectivity, I have a bad weather on my side. I request to take down my video.
Permitted, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, firstly, let me congratulate the Border Management Authority for the great work that has been done in the past few weeks with regard to the movements of visitors from the world in attendance to the G20. We had a successful G20 without any glitches. I think our ports of entry have been managed and people have been processed properly. We did not have or hear any glitches or any challenges in that regard. And I think the presentation also would have highlighted an additional money that was invested in this process. And indeed, as a committee, we are all quite aware of the challenges of resources and particularly the budget constraints that the BMA is under. But this process of G20, having had experienced an additional funding that was provided and the work that you have produced, it proves that if you can be properly resourced, you can really do more and greatly. And I'm not undertaking the work that you are currently able to do in managing our borders with the limited resources that you have. And safe to say, Commissioner, that in the past few weeks, one would have traveled as well. And indeed, the situation at OR Tambo is really worrying. And I had an opportunity to engage one of the officials there who were operating at the time when I was coming back from overseas trip. And indeed, they would have highlighted that they are unable to fill in most of those booths because a lot of the booths they are really vacant. And when I asked the supervisor, they indicated that the issues is them not being able to fill in sufficient human resource that can take care of those booths, but also that there is no money to be able to pay additional or overtime to officials, and therefore that poses a challenge. So commonly issues of money, in as much as we have dealt with it a number of times as a committee, indeed makes your work look as if it's not recognizable, and it's something that must be dealt with extensively. We must also note, members, that the managing of the borders only does not reside with the border management alone. We know that Home Affairs have assisted greatly over time trying to fit in and be able to provide some of the funding to the BMA, but that has not been enough. I think, Chair, as part of the recommendation as a study group, we may also need to engage with the SAPS and the South African National Defence Force, who also have a responsibility in terms of
border management so that we can see how we can all cooperate and harmonize these issues of budget constraints so that the work of our borders is really finds expression. We know that issues of illegal immigrants is a challenge nationwide, and you would find that even civil society have been vocal of late, and there are those groups that have come out very clearly speaking out against the issues of illegal immigrants or persons and goods that are coming in our shores, and it seems as if we are unable to deal or manage that. I think also in this regard, Commissioner, you may need to come out more in the public space and speak about the work that you are able to do or you are doing currently as the Border Management Authority, because in the public eye, it seems as if our borders are not being taken care of, managed or managed at all. So we may need to find a way of communicating better in this regard, that since the previous administration would have been able to put in place the Border Management Authority, and there's been quite a lot of work that has been done. We have a lot of success that we can be able to pinpoint as a portfolio committee. So we may need to communicate more with our people so that they can know and understand that we have a Border Management Authority that is in place and is doing great work. Of course, be able to communicate the challenges that you have with regard to the funding. But Chair, I would have wanted to really congratulate the work that you have done with regard to the G20. It's a job well done. Just a few questions as well. On the OSBP, Chair, regarding the need for a harmonized procedures and the ICT systems, have the counterparts, your Lesotho, your Zimbabwe, Botswana, and your Eswatini, have they signed any binding bilateral agreements committing to the specific hard infrastructure standards that are required on these 6 OSBPs? I know, Commissioner, you would have made mention that Lesotho has indicated already that they also have a challenge with money. Therefore, they will not be able to do much on their part in terms of the infrastructure. But is there any binding agreements or commitments that you have signed? And given that the ports that I've already identified are congested as it is, what then are the specific traffic management plans during the construction phase you have to prevent a total collapse of logistics corridors while the redevelopment takes place? Do you have that in place already? We know that the bill is there also to be processed by the NCOP, but I'm sure you are already working on strategies on how you are going then to deal with the issues. And lastly, Chair, is that given that the manual processing during the system downtime leads to a skewed depiction of movement statistics, and some of the movements are not captured, and what are the specific measures other than the manual capture are in place to ensure that an accurate digital record in persons entering the country, particularly the ports that are known with network challenges? What then are the plans you have in place in order to mitigate such? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malebo and honorable members for your comments, clarity-seeking question, and as well your inputs. Before I hand over to the Commissioner and the BMA collective, mine is to applaud as well, emphasize on the issue and work done around G20. But as well, I want to appreciate the turnaround time of 30 minutes. And every time when I cross over via Limbombo, I always experience this turnaround time that indeed it is no longer like before, of which is something that one would want to appreciate on my side. But again, honorable members, one thing that we need to continue engaging around is the collaboration and working relations with DSD. Because if Limpopo can be able to operate without any hassle why are other ports can't have this model on their spaces? So I want to check with you, Commissioner, in terms of the specific, which ports do you have actually difficulties in terms of working relations on the issue of DSD, so that we are able to take note, and when we engage, we'll be engaging those who have we have challenges with. And the other issue is around the holding cells. Do we have alternatives with regards to providing these holding cells, or what is the commitment by other departments in assisting us with this particular challenge? But lastly, I think can you emphasize more on what specific measures are being undertaken to prevent fraud and corruption during this festive season? Noting the advice by Honorable Gerik, or the question around other mechanisms that we have put in place or deployed to ensure that the issue of physical monitoring of goods doesn't impact on the work that you are doing. What is it that is new that you have innovated to ensure that when you do your scanning or your detection, you are able to use other advanced technologies? If it's something that we are looking at having, what are those particular products? Those are my questions from my side, but I've noted, Commissioner, that most of the inputs, it's around things that can be done better than where we are now. And I also noted that members are noting that the insufficient budget is one of the factors that impedes to the work that you would want to do. So just take us in confidence that we are ready, noting as well this challenge of insufficient budget. Over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And maybe just to indicate that the other colleagues are here. General Chilembe is here from Operations, together with Assistant Commissioner Kabela. They are fairly the colleagues that are fairly running the operations. They should be able to come through in some of the issues. And of course, we also have Deputy Commissioner for Corporate, Madam Tupana, in the call. I will basically, the questions are a lot. So what I will do is I won't try to go into the details, I suppose, due to time. I will try to be very much strategic. Let me start with Honorable Gerik's questions. And maybe let me just say that we appreciate, Honorable Gerike, that you were able to see our media release, the interception of one of the big consignments of cigarettes in Beitbridge. And maybe just to also indicate, Honorable Gerike, that what we used is a new technology that was just delivered just a few weeks ago, which has actually been procured via the money we got from the Criminal Asset Recovery account as far back as 2023. You'll remember this is the procurement that was facilitated through AMSCO, and they indeed managed to deliver it just a few weeks ago. So we have one in Beitbridge, we have one in Lebombo, and I think the colleagues will also indicate if there are further other ones. But we basically call that piece of IT equipment, or that piece of technology equipment, the video scope inspection toolkit. So yes, we are able to take that kit. It has a very powerful camera, very powerful lens, long device that we put through into the consignment. It just searches it within seconds and it gives us what are the issues. So that is how we intercepted those cigarettes that you had spoken about. So yes, that is basically what had unfolded in terms of that particular interception. The other issue, control, they see them in drones. Yeah, no, the issue around the porosity of the borders, Honorable Gerike, as you have indicated, and the issue of the utilization of the drones to be able to see the activities on the borderline. Yes, we do have the 4 drones. 2 of them are obviously high-tech for day operation, and the other 2 are for night operation. The good thing is that the drones do have an AI mechanism in them especially the ones for night, they're able to pick up in the middle of the night if what is moving in the bush is a human being or it is actually an animal. So on that basis, we are able to activate our response teams to be able to deal with the illegal movement and ultimately do the interceptions. Obviously, because of the fact that we only have 4, obviously I could say 2 because it's 2 day, 2 night. We basically deploy them on the basis of the risk modeling, that we have, and we're able to say this area is of concern. We deploy them there. For now, we basically move them around our top ports where we are fairly worried about activities. And of course, the intention is when we get more, we will be able to cover on the other areas. Now, Honorable Member, you talk about the issue of budget around the erecting of the possible electric fence. I think that is the item that will follow after this, which is the DPW-related item. And I suppose that is going to be able to start addressing those particular realities. So the focus from the BMA side around issues of infrastructure is purely import, but not necessarily outside. And that is why DPWI has to be able to assist in as far as that part is concerned. Now, Honorable Gerika, your last question is about the issue of the manpower in relation to the budget. Yes, in slide number 22, we did indicate the budget that was to be required for us to be able to implement this particular plan. But as we have indicated, unfortunately, we are not able to implement it 100%. Let me see. Yeah, it's slide number 22. So in there, we've indicated that the budget required, it will be around 40.2 million, roughly, just for the almost 20 days. And on that basis, we talk about 29 million for operational. We talk about safety and security for 4, logistics and handling around 1 million, repairs, maintenance activities around 3, and all of that. So the budget is there in the slides. It's just that we might not have maybe articulated it more clearly, but we do have the budget. Then we indicated that that was the budget that was dependent on whether there was going to be an in-budget adjustment in terms of the current 25-26 financial year by the minister, which was delivered on the 12th of November. As we have said, there was no adjustment. Therefore, we are not able to deliver on most of the issues that are on the plan, particularly around additional human resources and all of those issues. So basically that is that, but the budget is also there. Let me then move, Honorable Chair, to the issues raised
Can you switch off your video because of it nearly disrupted you?
No, that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Now, in terms of the issues that are raised by Honorable Ruos, obviously the issue around the SAPS border police unit, it is something that there is supposed to be a meeting of the combined committees of Home Affairs and Police, and I suppose the resolution will emerge out of that, so we note that. Maybe let me then go to the issue, Honorable Ruos, about the collaboration with the Gauteng safety and security that we have done. So maybe let me start here. We started this in the Western Cape in terms of Cape Town International Airport. So what we ultimately did with the Western Cape, both the province and local, was to engage with them and say, yes, we have been facing challenges in terms of the ability to process the people that come through to Cape Town who are coming for holidays, particularly starting from September, October, November, and all of those periods. There had always been complaints, people calling and said the queues are long and all of that. Then we said, we cannot keep on saying BMA is not capacitated. We are operating at 25%. We don't have money. And then we keep on reciting this thing over and over. We need to do something. Then we challenged them and say, can you do something to assist us? Because we have a common purpose. The common purpose is that people must experience South Africa better and all of that. And that is why we engaged with them. We did an MOU with the province and the municipality in the Western Cape. And ultimately, they gave us 40 young, individuals who basically were trained as immigration officers in terms of the use of our systems and all of that. And we had to officially appoint them. They are paid for by the province and the municipality in the Western Cape, and we are just then using their service. And they are part of our system in terms of the shifts. So that is basically what we have done. Until this point, there hasn't been any call complaining about queues. We have resolved that. But that is an interim measure. So I'm saying that is what we have done. Now, taking it forward to Gauteng, After we did that in the Western Cape, then we had to come back and say, OR Tambo, we still have the same. We had to engage with the CEO of AXA and say, what can we do? Because the problem here continues. And that is how we approached the Gauteng Certain Security Department. And ultimately, they agreed that they'll give us 80 individuals. And this is basically the group that is generally described as Amapanyaza in Gauteng. So we were, in the past 2 weeks, busy training them on the systems and every other protocol issues. And on that basis, now in the G20, we deployed them. And that is why, for the first time, out of the 48 all cubicles for the entry or for the arrival at OR Tambo, actually they were all filled. Literally, all the 48 were filled. 4 of them we know is for health screening, but 44 of them are for immigration, and we had all them filled on the side to receive South Africans, but also on the side to receive the international visitors or foreign nationals. But also we had 5 cubicles or 4 cubicles that were meant for the ETA. And on that basis, there was no single queue. And that is why there was no anybody who would call and say whatever, even now in the past weekend or Friday, Thursday, as we were bringing the heads of states in the country, more than 40 of them. So I'm just saying that once we are able to deal with some of these issues can easily be resolved. But unfortunately, everything is embedded on financing. But we have also decided that we cannot in every session keep on reciting the budgetary issue. We need to do other things to demonstrate that we can be able to do this work even better if we are supported. And I suppose the committee members have done their best in terms of assisting in this particular instance. Now, your question is, how are they going to work? So what it means is they are just being provided to us. They are still paid by the Gauteng government in terms of the Department of Safety. We just deploy them. So we basically give them the BMA apron to demonstrate that they're doing work for BMA. We give them the body cams. Actually, as you will know, we do have the body cams. So they basically operate with body cams. We are able to follow whatever they do and say, audio, visual, and everything. And that is basically the essence. And your question is, can we expand this? We can expand this. The only issue is we can easily do this on immigration. Other areas are too specialized. Your agricultural biosecurity, environmental biosecurity, and also a bit of port health. There we need people that are trained, obviously, for example, health professional, council registered individuals can be able to assist us on that. And of course, even in this instance, if there is any role player who would want to assist, we can be able to do so. We also want to confirm out of this conversation that we have also even partnered with the private role players to be able to assist us, particularly in the movement of some goods at OR Tambo and Durban, because the pressures also there were very much evident. The impact of ETA, Honorable Rose, the ETA did well. Remember, we are on a pilot phase. We do have around 3 cubicles or 2 in Cape Town. We have around 4, if not 5, at OR Tambo, 1 in Lanseria, and ultimately, until this point, everything is going well. Now, what is the plan? Are we intending to expand it? Yes. So it has been pilot in the G20, it's going to be pilot in the festive season. From next year, with full stability of the EMCS 2.0, as well as the facial recognition, we are going to expand. And ultimately, that is going to be the future from where we are sitting going forward. Now, how far are we to procure more drones? We are not anywhere in procuring any additional drones. And the issue is not because we are not able to procure. The issue is because we don't have the money to do so. So we have applied to CARA in the same way that the current drones we have were procured through CARA. They were not procured by allocation from Treasury. It was through the Criminal Asset Recovery Account. So our application that we've made now, it is still sitting with the team at the Department of Justice and all of that. We were told that the DGs met, which is the technical, the ministers had met, and ultimately they're going to go to cabinet to get the ultimate approvals. We don't know how much we're going to get, when are we going to get it, but once it comes, we will definitely move in procuring additional drones. Let me clarify, Honorable Rose, the issue about triple P, because that is a very fundamental issue. The triple P, out of the 6 pots that we are talking about in this instance, they are not going, or we are not going to use a user pay principle. This is a decision that came out of the conversation at the executive or at the ministerial level. So we are basically going to use a unitary payment model. So a unitary payment model means, number one, the successful bidder is going to actually do the entire development of the port. And once the entire port has been developed, then there will be a concession for 20, 25 years for that particular concessionaire to be able to run the infrastructure, maintenance and repairs for that particular space for 25 years. And then for us as a country to repay that person for what they have done, there is going to be a unitary payment. And that is going to be an allocation from Treasury that will come to the BMA baseline, and we are going to use that to pay them, the Triple P party. Why didn't we use a user pay? So once again, those were the discussions that unfolded. You will remember as we speak now that there are issues around the user pay in a way that says if you start charging some people out there, the cost will end up going to the consumer, and that even in terms of the World Customs Organization, they describe that as the introduction of non-tariff barriers in terms of the movement of trade and making the cost of business high. So it is on that basis that the user pay was ultimately adopted. So as we speak now, the Treasury will then be allocating the money that is going to pay all the successful Triple P partners across the 6 ports. And of course, within the concession that will run for some time. That will basically be the issue. So there's nothing about regulating the fees because that is not going to apply, Honorable Rose. Let me quickly move to Honorable Mtolo, the engagement with neighboring countries. Let me indicate we have been having conversations with our neighboring countries around the issue of the implementation of the one-stop border post. That is why I had said out of the 6 in particular, oh, by the way, this time Namibia is not involved. We only speak about Botswana and the other ones, Zim, Eswatini, as well as Lesotho, where there are 2 ports, which is Maseru and Ficksburg. So Namibia in this instance is not involved because there hasn't been bigger issues that side even in terms of volumes. So in this instance, we've been engaging with them. And to that extent, we have been able to sign what we call joint action plans within the context of the alignment of the processes, alignment of the standard operating procedures, so that we basically do what we call an end-to-end accountability in terms of the processing time. So when I spoke about 20 minutes at Oshuk, it was the result of the time release study that was issued where experts went to the ground for both sides and go and check the processes that were made, and we had to align everything. All of this work we are doing to prepare for the implementation of the one-stop border post. Maybe what one can agree on, because Honorable, I think it was probably the chair who spoke about binding signed thing. So I think that is probably something that we will have to go back and look at as to what does that mean. So what we have actually been signing were documents around bringing efficiencies, being ready to implement the one-stop border post. And we call that the Joint Action Plan, the JAP. And we co-sign it as in South Africa with SARS, and the other countries also do the same with their BMA equivalent, and then we sign the documents. And that is what we have done. That is why the latest study for Oshuk reduced the 3-hour waiting period to 20 minutes, and that is end-to-end. It is inclusive of Eswatini processing. It's not only on one side. So those are the kind of issues that we have done. Now, what are the projected timeline to sign the agreement? So the JEP has been signed. What we might need to look at, do we need to sign another document, which might be called the MOU or something? We will investigate that. We'll be guided also by the colleagues on the ground as to whether do we need that, or maybe we might need to get something signed at the ministerial level. But operationally, everything has actually moved. The issue of the joint action plan, we have not signed one with Zimbabwe, but we've signed with the other 3 countries, which is Mozambique, Eswatini, as well as Lesotho. The only one we have not signed with is Zim, and that is where the discussions are currently unfolding. So the timeline is going to be, I will say that before we start even with the construction, we are going to be able to move on that. Honorable Noe, the issue of the cooperation with municipalities on traffic deployment. Let me put it this way, Honorable Noe. So we are not saying they are not cooperating with us, the traffic. They do cooperate, we work with them across the ecosystem, whether it's the ones with Maseru Bridge in the Free State side, whether it is on the N1, Bay Bridge side, Musina, and all of those. The only challenge we have is that most of them, they work office hours. They don't work during the night. And that is how they've been working. So because of that, I was just saying that when they knock off, it becomes difficult because now we get overstretched because we must also do traffic management on the corridor. And that is why I said that the police actually assist in as far as that is concerned. But it's not that the municipalities are not cooperating. They are cooperating. It's just that the way their people work is that they work office hours, and that is the problem. And some of them are not even armed. There are stories around that, whether they can work in the night and all of those kind of issues. So I think that is a bigger issue to be resolved. But cooperating on the ground, they do cooperate. The stakeholders consulted at Maseru. The project was started around the taxi rank and it was stopped. From where I sit, Honorable Noah, we don't know, but my colleagues are here. If they are aware that there was a process to do the taxi rank and it was stopped, then they will indicate if there is that. Now, is the taxi industry involved in the Triple P? Yes. For example, in Fixback, there is a taxi rank in the area of construction. So that is why even the National Department of Transport is part of the conversation, driving the conversation at the provincial level, but ultimately assisting even at the local government level to make sure that we are able to manage that particular space. And I think we can all agree the taxi environment is a very it's a very sensitive space that requires very targeted conversation. So we do have that. Honorable Matupa, the period, so measures to prevent systems downtime on the BMCS as well as EMCS. So basically what we could say is, as I said, we do have the IT teams on the ground. Their issue is to be able to deal with any system downtime. But some of the challenges that we have is issues relating to your electricity. What do we have to do to deal with the electricity issue? We do have the generators. And once electricity goes off, we activate the generators to make sure that there is continued connection. So those are the kind of interventions that we've put. That is why from a risk point of view, on the basis of the historical festive seasons, we did cite that to say this we know is one of the challenges. And by the way, sometimes you find that there's no seamless transition. Obviously, it's not even there in the first place. When electricity goes off, the generator must be switched on, and therefore the system will have to restart. And when it is in the busy scheduled time, then you find that the queues get generated during that time, and we're able to deal with that. So that is basically the essence. When will we be ready in terms of addressing all the issues of the lessons learned? So as the chair had said, in the slides, we actually have almost 3 slides where we present all the lessons learned, and we also demonstrate the measures that we put into place to be able to counter. And I think now on the basis of time, I might not want to recite those areas, but they were very much clear there on the slides. Do we have the drones that are having night vision capability? Yes. We only have 2 in the current. As I said, there are 4, 2 is day, 2 is night, and they're able to assist us in terms of doing the work. Now, Honorable Mampuru, Honorable Mampuru, we are aligned. BMA is not to stop people movement. BMA is to facilitate the legitimate movement of people. And that is what is in Section 5, subsection A, subsection B, and subsection C. So A is about people movement, B is about goods movement, 3 is about collaboration. So the law instructs us to do exactly that. So on that basis, you had said that you did not hear about the budget. The budget is there. But of course, as I've indicated, is the budget in relation to this particular exercise. And we've indicated what are the issues. Now, the issue around the DHA registering migrants and charging the countries, I suppose the DG will cover on that. Honorable Ngubane, you also talk about the main lessons and the mitigations. Once again, I will indicate that it is in the presentation. If the committee members have time, they want us to go into detail, we will do that. What are the risks and what are the mitigation? Once again, they are there. The issue of the system downtime, I've already responded on that. In terms of what are we to do to deal with unaccompanied minors, that is one of the emphasis that I've made. We have requested the Department of Social Development. They are coordinating with their provincial social development departments. They are going to be on the ground with us. Hence, I have said that is the capacity that the BMA needs to build so that we can deal with that as the front line at the port, and we can bring the department as the secondary. But now, because we don't have that capacity, we are bringing them in the front line. So they are going to be at the ports with us to deal with the minors. They know how to handle them. They know how to take them to place of safety and the rest of those particular issues. Now, you also speak about the stakeholders. The stakeholders on the one-stop border post, as you have indicated, one did not touch their responsibilities. That is a full presentation on its own to demonstrate what is the role of DBSA, Development Bank of South Africa, what is the role of Infrastructure South Africa, what is the role of basically all of them, DPWI. So we do have their roles, very explicit accountability metrics and the like. But once again, we did not put that in the presentation because of time issues. The role of traditional leaders, you are very much right. We don't just have to engage with them just to tell them they need to participate. Yes, they are participating, and that is why even when the construction kicks in, all the PPP partners know that when it comes to localization, meaning when it comes to the subcontracting of certain other jobs, when the work actually gets started, they are going to be involved in dealing with all of those issues. The redevelopment, yes, it is going to contribute to local economic development, very much fundamental. And that is very critical because once the place is now broader and more bigger on its own, is an economic platform or an economic space. And on that basis, it is going to contribute. Regardless of that, when business makes more money, when they seamlessly move interjurisdictionally, then they employ more people in the country, and then the economy is able to grow and all of those kind of issues. Now, what are the timelines for the PPP? Timeline is the PPP is going to run for 2 years, that is 24 months. It is going in a projectized, phased approach, and we are not going to be closing any port. So all of the PPP partners understand that very well, and they are going to be implementing it that way. So it is a 24-month project from the point of starting the construction, and it is going to be in a phased approach, and they're going to help us to deal with the rest of the other issues, as it were. Honorable Mohale, we note your issue about funding. Like we have said, we are actually aligned in as far as those parts are concerned. Now, you are talking about something, Honorable Mohale, and you talk about locked gates in terms of the farmers. That is a very bigger problem, and we can confirm that as the BMA, we have not even started engaging on that. And the reason for that is because during the apartheid past, the apartheid government used the farmers as part of the front line in as far as migration is concerned, to the extent that their farms extend into almost what you will call beyond the borderline. Beyond I would say, the animal control line, obviously into the actual international boundary. So because of that, that is a problem that is everywhere. So if we were to say we are going to be buying that land, that is something that I suppose the country will have to decide about, because it will be a very expensive enterprise. So if you look at all the farms around all the border areas, they actually cover even the border space, as it were. It's not like with the Americans. So the Americans, even in their first way of developing their borderline, it is already declared as a control zone, and there's nobody in that particular radius, completely nobody. So they consider that to be the place where they will be putting their tools of trade if another country is to declare war on them. But with us, it's a bit of a different ball game. There are ownership of land there, which is completely by individuals and all of that. So it is a very different issue, as it were. Engagement with the government, as I've indicated, we have done exactly that. But when it comes to the government that says they're struggling to produce the passports, that is one thing that we have actually indicated to Lesotho in particular, to say if you are not able, because most of the people, they say we don't have passports because the government is struggling to meet the demand. Now, on that basis, those are the conversations that we told them they can interact with government printing works this side, and they can see how they partner and all of that. But from a border management point of view, we did cite those kind of issues. In terms of Zim, it's not like it's a capacity issue, it's just the cost. So the passports are too costly, people are not able to afford them. And that is why sometimes people will go to the borderline to try and avoid stamping the passports, because when they get full, they must go get another, and therefore it's a bit expensive. So as I go towards concluding, and I just wanted to indicate, it is a bit difficult for South Africa maybe to be able to influence another country to reduce their passport costs. However, those are the realities that we have to be dealing with. Honorable Machi, the issue of the additional human resources, as I've indicated, because of no budgetary part, that is not going to be affected. And that is the issue. Upgrading the models of the drones, Yes, our drones are the latest technology, having AI and all of those kind of issues. DSD failed at the port. No, they didn't fail. We were just indicating as part of the risk identification that that is a risk and it has to be mitigated. From where we sit, I wrote the DG of DSD, Social Development, and they are ready to participate. Last year, they were on the ground with us and they were able to assist. So there is no any concern in as far as that department is concerned. The issue of which department did not provide inputs for the Triple P. Remember when the Triple P was negotiated over 8 years until this point, the country was still in a multi-agency approach. It means that it was Home Affairs, it was Agriculture, as departments, Environmental and Health, and all of those. But obviously, when BMA took over, integrated the functions, now the ultimate is therefore BMA, and therefore that is not an issue or a worry per se in terms of the infrastructural needs and all of that. So there are no issues. How long will it take to operationalize the command control zone? We will be able to operationalize it at the point of the OSBP becoming law. Once it's law on our side, our country, our neighbors around, they said they have no issue. It is already a common control zone. So it's not going to be a problem. With or without infrastructure, that is actually done. Meaning, as we speak now, we are already operating that way. When we are at the port, we walk to another country. We don't even stamp passports. They walk to our country and we're able to work together. So the issue of having that space as a common control zone, even if the OSBP as we speak is not law as we speak, but we are already operating that way. But it's just that we need to have the law. Honorable Mudise, so let me just check communicate work that is banned. Otherwise, we agree, Honorable Mudise, that we need to amplify our communication. One of the biggest challenges we have, Honorable Mudise, around the issue of BMA's work is that because there's a lot of people in the country that are still illegal, and some of them had consciously decided not to exit the country because they are aware if they do, it might not be easy to come back. So that is something that, because what people will assess is what they see, meaning that they look at what is happening inside the country. And therefore they are able to say, no, but still, we know there is BMA, but the people are still here illegal. And that is the challenge, which is why we then work with our colleagues in the Department of Home Affairs, Immigration Inspectorate. There is a new broom that is being implemented. So as they continue to exit people that are illegal, we will then have to do the work to make sure they do not come. Maybe the last example I can give on this one, as I conclude, Honorable Chair, is the issue that says, and I always give this example, and you can be able to think about it. There used to be interception of buses coming from the north, coming through into the country here, intercepted almost every weekend by the police, with almost everybody in that bus without a passport. And the question is, why are those incidents gone? They are not gone because the police are no longer doing their job on the corridor. They do. But now we have dealt with that kind of a tendency, because people will exit a bus on the Zim side, on the Mozambican side, go to the bush, the bus goes through the port empty, it gets to the N1 or the N4 or the N17, then people will run out of the bush into the bus. Then they find themselves in the country without documents. That is what used to be the modus operandi. But what have we done? We made sure that with the drones, we are able to put it on air. We are able to monitor those buses when they come from the other side. We can see if people are getting off. And once that happens, we are able to be ready this side. Once they come through, we intercept those individuals, we get the driver of the bus arrested, and we charge them for aiding and abetting, and we basically take the bus and start talking to the bus owner. When we started doing that, they started stopping that practice, and that is why you will see that actually subsiding, or actually almost gone as we speak, and it's because of those kind of interventions. So basically that is that. Indeed, manual processing will create inaccurate statistics, but what we do, when we have done manual processing, later on we do bulk insertion of those into the system to make sure that we are effectively covered. So basically, that is that. So questions from you, Honorable Chair, which will be my last input around corruption. We have done a lot of work around corruption. One of the issues, obviously, as we say, our colleagues in the front line, we actually make sure that they are operating on body cams. The good thing is we've been able to get the policy also approved together with the union. So as we speak now, body cam in the BMA is a tool of trade. and it's not a voluntary issue to wear it or not. So on that basis, when they interact with people, they're already on camera, they're already on audio. So therefore, no opportunity to do nefarious activities. That's number one. Number two, what we have also done, we have enhanced access control into the ports. We put the border guards on the entry gates. Nobody enters the port unless they are a legitimate traveler with requisite documents. What has that done? It has protected our immigration officers. Nobody appeared before an immigration officer without requisite documents, because that was the problem. When everybody could just walk into the port, then people will go to an immigration officer without a proper passport, then they go pay, then they get the passport stamped or something happens there. But now we are protecting them to make sure nobody appears before them unless they've been screened. I was in Beitbridge just 2 weeks ago, and at that particular space, 4 areas of intervention and screening before they appear before the immigration officer. On that basis, if somebody does not have the documents, no one is allowed to enter the port, including the people that will be doing businesses around the port. Nobody enters the port unless they are a traveler, because the port is a national key point. With all those kind of interventions, including the vetting that is currently ongoing, including the prevention one that we've been doing, awareness session, where we bring the people who used to work there as prisoners to come and talk to the officials, to tell them that I used to work here, I lost everything, and on that basis, please don't do it, it's not worth it. We got people from correctional services. The DG was there in the awareness session that we did in Beitbridge and all of those. So these are all the interventions that we've done in terms of dealing with corruption. So Honorable Chairs, let me stop here, and I suppose my colleagues will add in areas that I have missed some fundamental question. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additions from your colleagues?
Thank you very much, Chair and Co-Chair. My name is David Chelembe, the Deputy Commissioner responsible for operations. I'll ask also to just cut down the video. Can I continue?
Permitted, you are proper, you can switch off.
Thank you, Chair. The Commissioner has touched mostly on all issues that were asked by the honorable members. I'll just add there and there. For example, the issue on Honorable Gerite with regards to the budget to erect the fences. Maybe to mention, Chair, that the responsibility for the border fence, it's still with the Department of Public Works. The only responsibility on fence that has been transferred to the BMA is the animal health fence. That is the secondary fence from the main border fence. The Department of Agriculture transferred the colleagues that are responsible for that into the BMA. However, they only transferred the HR, but it did not transfer the operational budget. So we have members that are responsible for that animal health fence, which protects the country against foot and mouth. However, they are staying in the serious dilapidated facilities with no implements to do the work that we're supposed to do. So in terms of our business plan, we have put that in order, if Treasury gives us a budget, in order to resuscitate that process. Currently, they are working in those spaces, but like as I said, with minimal resources. The other issue, just to mention, Chair, is what Honorable Ross have raised, the issue of the delineation of our function, border management and the South African Police Service who are at the borders. We are of the opinion that this issue should be prioritized, Chair, because it is causing serious slashes at the border. The component of the police that are at the border are doing exactly the same function that border management is doing. So there's a serious clash there that can also cause sometimes challenges as we're moving forward, because like as I said, that they are also having exactly the same mandate that we are having. So from our side, we've been trying to meet the SAPS in trying to delineate the function, but we are not getting any progress with regard to that. So we think that the portfolio committees can really help us to deal with this issue, because that component do not have a mandate as we speak. That mandate has been given to the BMA. Honorable Ross, in terms of the drone technology, the Commissioner has touched on the progress that we have, but maybe just to add that now during festive season, we are still going to continue to ask the Department of Agriculture to assist us, like as that they did previously, just to augment the 4 drones that we have and the ones that they can assist us in order to try to cover the border space. Maybe just to mention one issue on the drone, that the province KwaZulu-Natal have donated a drone to the BMA. However, we're just waiting for AMSCO to register it in order for us to be able to really own it. It's one of the best drones that we have had. It is in fact even better than the drones that we have acquired, but through them, AMSCO. So we are going to get it. They promised us that before we start the festive season, it will be delivered. Then we'll be able to use it, because it's got a speaker. It can be able to speak. In other words, it will be having a loud hailer. It's also having the signals like as a police vehicle or a BMA vehicle. It will be having that capacity, and it can be used both day and night, and also the distance that it can cover. It can cover far more distance than the ones that we are having. Chair, on the Maseru issue, I know that one of the honorable members asked about the issue of the taxi rank. That issue, Honorable Chair, was discussed during the border BCOCC process prior the BMA. However, it was a discussion between the province, Free State, and the taxi owners in those areas. But I think that will be addressed by the 6 ports project, because it will then cover that by removing the taxi rank in the mouth of the border post to a specific area where they will be able to function in that space. Honorable Ngobane, on the unaccompanied minors, the Commissioner has touched on that we are also using DSD to deal with that. But the challenge that we face there, Honorable Ngobane, is that you will find that there are some minors that are unaccompanied that comes with their own passports. So those are the issues that we face, that whenever a person has got a passport, what is it that we can do? But in all those issues, we include the Department of Social Development to help us in that. In the involvement of traditional healers, of leaders, we definitely doing that, Honorable Ngobane. The community crossing point process includes the traditional leaders in those spaces where we have identified the informal crossings. Before we engage with the traditional leaders in that space. And also in terms of the 6 land ports of entry, because there are land parcels that belongs to the traditional leaders, we also engage on them. As we speak, last week we were engaging one traditional chief Shuping, with the Kopfontein issue, because there's a land parcel that has been identified, and we've been engaging with him, and he has given us the go-ahead to deal with those issues. With regards to the challenges, with regard to the 6 ports of entry, the Commissioner has also touched on this very well. It's a legacy of the pre-1994 where the current borders, especially the land borders, were built in such a way that there's no space in between them, and they are back to back. The issue of the corridor management towards them is an issue. So we're dealing with those issues. We can just give one example on the border with Mozambique towards the Libombo border. We and TRAC and SANREL have come up with a process whereby we are creating a bypass whereby all the trucks or buses will be moved away from the N4 into the bypass, and then we'll be dealing with them in that kilometer 7 situation. We are going to take over this bypass in the next 2 weeks in order that when we start with the festive season, we'll be able to deal with all issues that relates to movement towards the port from that kilometer 7, because that has been a problem for us, that the N4 has got 4 lanes, but when it comes towards the port, then it becomes a 2-lane, and during the festive season, we having blockages there. So we're hoping that we will be dealing with that issue. We can mention, Honorable Chair, that the TRAC, which is the concessionaire...
As you conclude...
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the other issues the Commissioner has touched on them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would want to hand over to the Deputy Minister for Commitment and Undertakings, noting the deliberations from members and as well as responses from your team. Over to you, Deputy Nzunza.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the team has sufficiently reported on a number of issues. Just a few issues I would like to just go through. The first one is the consistent, confusion around undocumented and illegal people. Undocumented simply means that a person who does not have a document, it can be South African in the main, for a number of reasons. Mainly we deal with it when we're dealing with the circumstances under which people are born, where they don't have someone to register them and so on. So we should not confuse a situation where you have a person who enters the country illegal and they don't have a document to be in the country, and then we think those people are just undocumented. They are illegal in the country and they should be treated as such, and they should be channeled as such. So we can't take illegal people who are coming from other countries, document them in South Africa. We do not have legislation that says how we should document them or issue them with documents and then expect to invoice their countries. What we have done is that we have consistently held engagements with our neighbors on our printing capacity through government printing works, and we encourage them to use our services as against going to go and print in France and printing with private service providers. Also here in South Africa, we have infrastructure that is reliable, that is has capacity on printing. Now, Chair, the main issue that I'm happy that comes out is around the issues of the use of technology. We are, as a department, moving towards building a digital home affairs, which also involves the Border Management Authority, and we're leveraging on technology. It's not just only those scanners that we need. If we're talking about huge scanners like gamma ray scanners are needed within our border environment, more drones are needed in that particular environment. But for the movement of people, we have really made inroads in as far as trusted traveler schemes and as well as TITOS, and other schemes that we have. They are very effective, and as the Commissioner has indicated in terms of the ETA that we are now implementing in quite a number of areas, it makes the movement of people much easier. because our aim is to make sure that we make regular migration easier and irregular migration very difficult, if not close to impossible. I think the issue of the budget, Chair, we can come back to the committee and share information around the specific figures. We have been having meetings with the portfolio committee, and we have detailed our shortfalls in terms of the budget and what is required. I think we have even had the joint committee meetings with the standing committee on accounts. We've also held meetings with Treasury on that particular issue. But we cannot anymore belabor the issue and put much emphasis on it. It's there, it's sitting with us, but that does not mean that we must now not work because we say we do not have resources. And that is why partnerships for us are very important for the BMA. And as we will have seen with the partnership with the Western Cape government, it has really provided relief for us and also facilitated better movement of people, which promotes economic growth and development. We're now looking at the same concept here in Gauteng. For me, that is very, very important. Lastly, we are committing, Chair, that we will do more in terms of communicating. Every year we run travel ready campaigns, which we raise awareness on requirements. I think some of them are around the requirements on the movement with minors, and there's a Deputy Commissioner Shalebe has said some of that work we do with social development, but we would be creating awareness so that citizens can know what is required. We know that around these times, there's a lot of confusion around traveling with minors and so on. So we are committing that we will improve those particular technologies. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if we can be excused since our item has been exhausted, but we'll take advice from your good self. Thank you.
Thank you, TM. After this session, you can be excused because indeed we have dealt with your issues at length. And one would want to emphasize on the fact of making sure that our communication is in detail when it go outside. We have noted that the project will be phased approach. So it is important as we outline this particular project, we are able to even brief our committees that they are phase-based approach, because sometimes they don't understand. They'll be saying, we have been waiting for a bridge for such and such years, not knowing that it's a phased approach-based implementation. So it is important, commissioners, that when we do that communication in relation to the project, we are able to be in detail. But with issues that members wanted specifics, can we get written submissions within 14 days to both portfolio committee and select committee on matters that were of emphasis by our members? You are then excused as the collective, and thank you for your informative conversation and what you have brought as a content before us. I would now move to my co-chair on the briefing by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on the plans for the fencing of the borderline. Over to you, Honorable Musa. DM, you can adjourn the meeting and your collective.
No, thanks, Chairperson, Honorable Mananiso, and all members, and the team led by the Deputy Minister. We'll now receive the brief on the challenges surrounding the fencing. As you know that in the previous 6 administration, the joint committees conducted oversight at Beitbridge and also the select committee. Recently, the Joint Standing Committee of Defense conducted an oversight at the Beitbridge. The committee conducted oversight at Libombo. And amongst the challenges are the same in terms of the fencing. And we've then invited the committee, the Public Works, to brief the joint committee meeting on progress or challenges that are encountered to respond to the call of all committees that have conducted oversight in relation to implementation of the fence. I will now invite the DDG, Ms. Sasa, to take us through.
Thank you very much, chairpersons. That's appreciated. And to all the honorable members, greetings, as well as colleagues on the platform. Chair, yes, thank you very much. We're going to be doing a fairly short presentation, but with your permission, if I may switch my video off for better clarity. Thank you.
You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair, as indicated, the purpose of this presentation is to brief the Portfolio Committee on the status quo on the proposed borderline. Just give me a second, just want to minimize that. Thank you. And then the plans towards an integrated borderline solution. As you know, and we've heard from Home Affairs just now, in terms of how important integration is. And in our presentation, Chair, we tried to address all of the Portfolio Committee's concerns in terms of the current status of the fencing along our national borderlines, the interdepartmental coordination, especially with the critical departments, the plans that we have developed thus far, and the challenges affecting the implementation of the plans as we developed. Chair, in terms of the roles and responsibilities within the border environment and to support an interdepartmental approach to address the borderline challenges in alignment with the governing prescripts and legislative, we do acknowledge that these three departments in the main are the most important, notwithstanding the other roles with the Department of Agriculture, National Treasury, Social Development, as well as Environmental Affairs. So we acknowledge that the Department of Home Affairs as the lead department through the BMA, and we've had an extensive presentation in that particular regard today. And we do acknowledge in terms of all of the land ports of entry, which is in the essence 72 ports of entries, including air, land, and sea, that is within their ambit of control, including 22 commercial ports of entry, as well as 32 non-commercial ports of entry. But within that, 4 of these land ports of entry falls within the ambit of sand parks, as they are trans-frontier ports. So the borderline transverses, as you can see in the main, in the overview that we are providing, it totals over 1,458 kilometers, with the denotion here in terms of the security vulnerable sections of the borderline, as we've identified them as public works. And hence we prioritized, and as we go along, we'll indicate the 3 projects towards an integrated borderline solution, which is in the main the RSA Zimbabwe-Mozambique borderline, which extends over plus minus 700 kilometers, the RSA Lesotho borderline, which extends over 600 kilometers, the RSA Eswatini Mozambique borderline, which in extent is over 554. For this purposes, the borderline between RSA Namibia, RSA Botswana is not included. Now, the integrated borderline solution is very important because it has to talk to not a fencing solution, but ideally speak to an ICT and infrastructure solution as well in terms of the critical areas that we've identified. We've heard from the we've heard from the BMA in terms of the application of the drones, and we've moved quite extensively in terms of new solutions, etc., that is out there in the market. Now, we acknowledge as Public Works that the borderline infrastructure is in a dilapidated condition, and this includes the fences and the patrol roads, as well as the ICT security systems. And we also acknowledge that the borders are porous, like mentioned by the members, and then contributes to the illegal crossing and the unauthorized movement of people, increase in crime, and the illegal movement of stolen goods, animals, vehicle theft, etc. And so it's also supported by a court order that was issued in 2012, which constituted a settlement agreement for various stakeholders to undertake responsibility within their mandated areas of responsibility. And I wonder if my colleague can just go back to the slide of roles and responsibilities. Thanks. Thanks. So within that context, we've sufficiently dealt with Home Affairs, but the Department of Defense is responsible for securing and protecting the South African borders in line with Section 18(1)(d) of the Defense Act. The Department of Defense is also responsible for developing and submitting strategic needs and infrastructure requirements that is required within the borderline, and specify exactly what is required to secure the border in terms of infrastructure, borderline fences, patrol roads, as well as ICT stations. And this regard, we also as Public Works are sitting with a massive conundrum, because albeit we have the responsibility to effect these infrastructure solutions, the budget is not vested with the DPWI, it's vested with the Department of Defense. All infrastructure budgets vest with the various departments, including, for example, Home Affairs. In this case, even with the BMA, the budget has accordingly been transferred in April this year. So should the department require a particular service, it's got to provide the needs, the requirements, and the budget. Hence, we come to the problem that we have. I've indicated in terms of Public Works and its responsibility, as well as the supportive role we provide in terms of ISA to fast track any requirements in terms of packaging the infrastructure solution, investments, requirements, and so on. So if we can move back to slide 5 and 6. Thanks. If we can move to slide 6, thanks. Honourable members and Chair, this is the state of our borders. We do, as you know, with RSA, the Zimbabwe borderline, we've attempted to put in a fence and in other areas, but it's not a solution. As you can see, the fence gets torn down. And in terms of the governing prescripts for the Human Rights Act, etc., we're not allowed to put electric fences. Hence, it's very important for us to have this integrated borderline solution that we're talking about. And we had Home Affairs mentioning the drones as one of the solutions that they are utilizing. So if we can move on. The lessons learned, in terms of putting in fencing at Beitbridge, and also in terms of the Causey Bay Jersey barrier case, that the physical infrastructure alone is not enough. The physical fences must be supported by surveillance technology, detection systems, as well as coordinated patrols. Effective border security requires a combination of physical barriers, smart technology, joint policing, and military operations. It also requires strong upfront planning, which is essential. The border projects must begin with feasibility studies, multi-agency planning, professional engineering input, and risk analysis. The border security must also be intelligence-led. Infrastructure must respond to real threats, crime patterns, migration flows, the terrains that we are confronted with, as well as syndicate behavior. You'd see also in terms of the site analysis we've undertaken with the site clearance processes, we have to deal with difficult terrains that is within riverbeds, etc. And not all terrains is conducive to where you could have a fence solution, for example. So projects should form part of a broader crime and migration intelligence strategy rather than isolated interventions that we purport as South Africa. So maintenance must also be planned from the start. The border infrastructure needs routine maintenance, secured maintenance budget, as well as asset life cycle planning built into the early design. So in terms of this and moving forward, DPW has developed a long-term integrated border infrastructure plan for the three main corridors that I've mentioned. And the plan combines engineering, technology, intelligence, and operational coordination to create a secure border environment. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as part of this long-term solution that I mentioned for the three border lines, DPW conceptualized and put into planning an integrated border infrastructure solution plan. The plan addresses all of the aspects that I've raised in the main, the borderline fences, the patrol roads, and the ICT solution. And we plan this in a phased approach. The first phase is the pre-planning phase, which required a lot of town planning activities to be undertaken, which included site identification, looking at the ownership within the affected areas, the establishment of appropriate land use rights, compliance with relevant legislation, including environmental legislation, removal of encumbrances, and other restrictive conditions that may prohibit the development and use of the property. Now, in this regard, we've made progress to this in this particular area. Public Works has undertaken extensive work towards site clearance, clearing the sites, but also understanding the site ownership patterns, and we've even completed the land evaluation. But at this particular stage, the aspects that are outstanding, I will discuss in detail in the next slide, which is the design and then also budgets to acquire the land, especially the private parties' land. And I'll give you a detailed breakdown of the extensive nature of that. So now to support this border infrastructure solution, in 2021, the department then went out in terms of a request for information. We went out to the market to determine what is out there in terms of integrated borderline infrastructure solutions. And one of the requirements was for service providers to also do their due diligence or homework in sort of assessing what are the best practice solutions that are out there. So of that, there were three service providers that met the criteria, etc. And then we've with our technical services compiled a compendium of what the best practice could be in this regard, and some of the design solutions, etc., that we can put across So we've submitted this to the Department of Defense. So it will support the Department of Defense to finalize their infrastructure designs and specifications, because at the end of the day, it is this department that would have to then determine exactly how they want to basically what's the word I'm looking for, is basically configure themselves within the borderline in terms of the infrastructure design, in terms of ICT solutions, in terms of aligning to patrols, etc., the frequencies, the standards, aligned to their SOPs, etc. Now, this information from the Department of Defense, albeit that they form part of the initial technical team, is still outstanding. We've submitted all of the work that we've done to the Department of Defense to look at it, to improve on it, to enhance on it, to align to some of their strategies that they've configured. And we've heard as well from the department, from the BMA, in terms of intelligence gathering, etc., that Public Works themselves will not be privy to, but that will have to then amalgamate into this particular solution. If we can move to the next slide. Thank you. So part of the process, I've touched on that. We are still awaiting the approvals of the design and the specification from our user department, which is DOD. We've done some costing of the specifications and designs, but we're still awaiting the enhancements, so that could be embodied into this. That's also outstanding. And then obviously, like I've mentioned, the approval of these design specification, we are awaiting that from Department of Defense. Chair and members, we have been communicating. We have extensive the communication in terms of documenting it chronologically, in terms of all the communications we've submitted via DGs, via ministers, etc. So it is putting us in a bit of a predicament to take the process forward, because we would need those approvals as well as commitment to budgets. If we can move on. Thanks. So as a department, we also did our own first level feasibilities to support the DOD processes as well as the National Treasury processes for budgets. So if you look at, for example, what we term Project 1, which is Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Botswana, the number of properties that are affected has been is here with articulated. We look at 159 properties that are not state-owned. They are owned by private parties, and only 20 of them are state-owned. So you could see that it will require then an extensive budget to purchase those properties and then also to construct the suitable solution. So to the purchasing of the property, we're looking at an estimate of 8 million, but to construct in terms of the high-level spec that we developed, you're looking at over 2.2 billion. Likewise, we've done the same within the Lesotho South African borderline. And here we've got, out of the 272 properties that are affected, 21 is state-owned. So across this 540-kilometer borderline, you're looking at purchasing properties to the value of over 6 million, and then construction costs of over 2.2 billion. Then we've conceptualized Project 3, which is Swaziland and Mozambique. Herewith, we've got a total of 116 properties. Of this, only 6 is state-owned. The rest is owned by private parties. And here we require an amount of nearly 15 million to purchase these properties, and over 5.3 billion to do a particular construction in terms of the solution, the integrated solution that I've indicated on. So in total, we need just under 10 billion. Now, I want to pause there because we're not able to do this from CAPEX. If it's just not going to be feasible. So this has to be looked at in the PPP realm, which at this particular stage, everything over 2 billion, 2.5 billion falls within this realm. But to pursue this with National Treasury, we would need all of those prerequisites that I've indicated, which is the user specification, the commitment, the enhancements, the solutions that is purported by the user, so that we could jointly then go to National Treasury. But because we were struggling to get the responses, we have written to National Treasury to say, look, this is a crisis for the country, and if they could look at engaging us on how, and the Department of Defense, and how we can look at the modalities, because we know Treasury is also very constrained with budget, on looking at the PPP modalities where the private sector funding can come in, and how we can take this forward. But we're also just waiting for a response therein as well. So if we can just move to the next slide. Thanks. So, Chair, we'd like for the committee to note that we purporting an integrated borderline solution of border fences, border patrol roads, border strategic operation buildings, as well as ICT solution, and to note some of the progress we as Public Works has made thus far. But it still requires a collaborative approach and effort, and our massive dependency on the DoD to engage on the information that we provided, to also support the appropriations of budgets and the modalities that we are proposing, which in the main is a PPP. And then, and to obtain this information that will support the project going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for the brief. I will invite members to comment if there are questions that need to be raised. Given the presentation, I think that we may need to consider to engage both the ministries. I will suggest that the DTG, you may need to come back to the joint committee. I'm trying to assist members so that we work with recommendations. Sometimes next year with both the minister and perhaps with the National Treasury, so that we engage what already you have raised to the committee. And I get a sense that this data, it has been engaged for a period of time, and we may need to establish time frame and how we must proceed, noting that the BMA is now engaged on the one-stop border post and the Department of Home Affairs. So we need a collaboration of all institutions, including the defense. Members, I'm inviting you to comment on the questions.
Yeah, Chair, just on a point.
Can I recognize members first? Raise your hand so that I note that. You'll start, and then Honorable Mokhale, Honorable Ruos, Honorable Ngubani. You can proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Am I visible? I hope so. Chair, good morning to you. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to all on the platform, particularly from both departments, if they are still here, but particularly from DPWI, and thank them for the presentation. The only issue I wanted to raise first, Chair, was the issue of a political head. whether there has been any, I may have omitted, I mean, not heard this because I joined it, which is my apology. Whether there is any apology for the political head, either the minister or deputy minister. But whilst I'm on this, so that I don't come again, I heard something about the issue of fencing and the sensitivity around electrification of fencing around the border for the reasons that have been advanced. But because of the cultural relations between these countries, particularly Lesotho and South Africa, Free State, as well as in Swaziland, as well as part of South Africa, whether there has been any engagement for both governments to address that issue, because there is really a need. We saw for ourselves, particularly in Lesotho, where school children, young, were actually just moving across, going to schooling in South Africa, and also some Basotos actually trading in South Africa. And if they presenters could actually clarify me on that, if they know. Hence, I was keen that perhaps that's an issue that could be responded to adequately by the politicians. If they are not here, I would have no problem, Chair, to receive this later on. Thank you, Chair. My apology.
Not at all, no apology. We're in the meeting. Honorable Mkhale?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is very simple question, Chair. I hope the department will respond. With regards to the planned purchase of land along the border, is the department prepared, for example, in cases where the landowners then start to demand for whatever high or exorbitant amounts, is the department prepared to utilize the expropriation bill or act that sits with them? Are they going to use that bill, that act, to ensure that they acquire those parcels of land on behalf of the state? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and really appreciate the presentation. First of all, I'd like to agree with your proposal, Chairperson. I think it's very important that we, there's sometimes a perception that Home Affairs is the only entity operating along the borders, and it came up in the very successful BMA conference recently. The need for integration, intelligence sharing between the BMA and between the Department of Defense. And this is another element. So things, for example, like drones, we talk about, there's different types of drones. There's long-range drones, there's shorter-range drones. So I think it will be very valuable for us to have that joint session where we look at the borders holistically. Even from this infrastructure point of view, things that came up in the conference, for example, was the difference between a physical borderline and a virtual borderline, and what the cost-benefit differences are there. So, Chair, I would like to support your proposal. I just had one question or comment for the DPWI. Given that on a number of border issues, we are looking for more budget and it's necessary, has there been consideration given to say, look at different options? So you would obviously have your Rolls-Royce option of what you would really want, and then you would perhaps have a different option where you said in some places you're going to have physical infrastructure, in some places you're going to utilize drones, for example. So I note it's been split into different sectors, But has there also been a consideration given to say, let's also look at different levels there, so that depending on what budget is available, you can perhaps get a specific level going in a specific sector? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. Honorable Ngubane.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think from our side, Chair, we appreciate the presentation as well. This presentation is a critical presentation, taking into consideration, Chair, with the presentation of last week, that it's important to show South Africa that we care and that we are attending to the matters of the borders, and that there is something that we are doing to address these issues. Because most of the issues, challenges that we have in South Africa is somehow the lack of the seriousness of securing our borders. And remember, when we say this, it's not that when we say this because we don't like our brothers from the other countries. We are saying this in order to make sure that the citizens of South Africa that are tax paying and who are the ones who are making sure that they are the country that they live safely, in harmony, and with identifiable people that they know who's my next door neighbor, where is he coming from, is he legal here or is he illegal here, does he have papers or not. So this is a very serious project, Chair. We really appreciate for the presentation. Our main concerns on this project is the level of less interest in funding this project. So that's mainly our concern. I think even Honorable Mohale has assisted me, because I was about to ask about what's the status of the budget confirmation for land acquisition and construction, and what are the next steps to secure funding. And he has come up with another propositions of utilizing that Land Expropriation Act, because it's important, Chair, that this issue, all the role players in South Africa need to participate in to secure this country. So one other question is to understand how will the tender process be managed to ensure transparency and value for money, especially on the financial and the planning questions of this project, Chair. And on the presentation, again on this one, we would like to have the outline phases and progress. There needs to be provide clear details as well and timelines for when each phase will be completed, or when key deliverables are expected for each phase. And the second question was they were unclear on funding statuses. Several sections mentioned that budget confirmation and funding engagements are outstanding, but there is no concrete plan or timelines for resolving these financial uncertainties. If we can have that response as well, Chair, on that one. And as well, we need the presentation must come out clear on insufficient risk analysis. The presentation must mention the needs for risk analysis and planning, but it does not provide on actual risk assessment or identify major risk and mitigation strategies for the project. So I think we appreciate this project. It's a project which all South Africans needs to be aware of its ongoing. As we are sitting here, I can tell you now, Chair, with this project being success and being implemented successfully, possibly 60% of the problem of South Africa will be resolved. So that we know that people that are coming to South Africa are coming because of scarce skills, and they are coming to do proper business, and they are welcomed in South Africa to come and do business with us, and they come and invest in terms of their resources and money. And then we all work in harmony, and there's no one that says you are here illegally, or else there is no crime rate that is unmanageable in the country. So I think that's all from my side, Chair. We really appreciate this presentation, and we would like a continuous update on it to know where is its status, how far is it going, so that we are aware of what's going on in the project. I think that's what we'll appreciate, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Mudisimta.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, firstly, I want to align myself with the proposal you made with regards to engagement with the executives of these various departments that are affected, and to say, Chair, that really with these presentations today, it really defeats the purpose of why we are vested as a portfolio committee of Home Affairs on the infrastructure in the borderlines. Because the department decided to send us an official, and I'm not undermining her in the position and the responsibilities that she has, but she is not a person who holds authority or a decision maker. Therefore, it really defeats the purpose of us having an engagement with the department. And now, your earlier proposal is supported. And Chair, from the presentation, the DPWI largely depends on the DOD. And they've made mention on some of the decisions or approvals that they are waiting for, including the designs for the borderlines, including largely the budget. And she makes mention that budget lies with departments, the DOD. And I can tell you for free now that the Department of Defense will also cite the very same challenges that we are currently having with the BMA of no funding. Now, it means if the DOD is not going to transfer any funding to DPWI, there will be no infrastructure development that will take place in the borderlines. And I'm wondering if the DPWI's borderlines is part of their priorities. Part of the challenges as well, Chair, is that the DPWI oversees many other departments and their infrastructure developments, does not only oversee the Home Affairs. And I'm wondering if they'll be able to really deliver. Or should we also engage the executive and also at the political level that probably we need to prioritize some of the infrastructures that the concerned departments must be able to implement their own infrastructure developments rather than relying on the DPWI alone, which oversees other departments, many government departments, and I really don't think that they have enough or sufficient capacity to can deliver on all these projects that are underlying. And for us, borderline is of priority, is very important, as we've highlighted even in the previous presentations, the importance of managing and dealing with the movements of persons and goods in and out of our country. Now, since 2021, there's an outstanding approval on specifications from the Department of Defense. What have you done as a department to ensure that this is fast-tracked? I mean, you want to tell me that 4 years later, you are seated where you are seated and you are waiting for approvals that are not coming forth, and for you it's okay, it's business as usual. You will await the day that the DOD decides to make those confirmations or do those approvals. Also, you've made mention quite a lot of the engagements with yourselves and DOD, and I'm wondering if the similar efforts have been put in place to have engagements with the Border Management Authority. Since you have highlighted the responsibilities of different or respective departments, are you also aware that there is now an established Border Management Authority and that you also need to have engagements with them with regards to those designs, infrastructure, and all other necessary requirements that are needed in order to deal with the borderline infrastructure? And I'm wondering, Chair, from the presentation that It means with the current situation as it is, with the fence in our borderlines, the presentation makes no mention of what is being done currently. Instead, we are being shown of pictures of what we have also seen with our own eyes when we are in the borderlines. And it says, since we've done oversight 2-3 years ago, having had seen those open fencing and infrastructure or other fences that are on the ground, it means nothing has been put in place or has been done, either to repair or either to put in an improved infrastructure in those fencing. Therefore, it defeats also the work of the BMA. Whilst they are trying to do their work in the borders or in the ports of entries, many of these illegal persons are able to utilize the borderline in order to access entry into our country. And we would be complaining again with the influx of illegal persons in our country and illicit goods that are able to come in. Therefore, we really need a proper engagement with the executive of these respective departments so that we get answers from them. We need to get it also from the Department of Defense, that 4 years later, they still have not done any approvals or even signed anything or committed to anything. Really, it's worrying, Chair, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mrisimta. Honorable Karik.
Chairperson, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon. Chairperson, I think we must express our wish to expedite the process for the installation of infrastructure on our border posts and surrounding areas. The reason being the influx of undocumented people have indeed political consequences, not just for one party, but for all of us that are public office bearers and in power, and also serving in parliament for that matter. It has got political implications because some of our enemies make noise about people coming in without being documented. So we must expedite the process. We must speed up the process to implement. We must exert pressure on the different departments to avail funding in order for the installation of infrastructure. Secondly, we are the Department of Public Works. I want to understand the attitude or the approach. Look, with all the upgrades that's happening within the department now and along the borderlines, across projects and so on, there will be lots of monies available, funding will be available, and it will culminate into billions. What is the attitude or the approach of the Department of Public Works when it comes to insourcing some of these projects? Or what is the attitude and the approach of the department in terms of broad-based black economic empowerment, as well as preferential procurement in terms of procuring the products? We know that the right-wingers outside the government are making noise with regard to broad-based black economic empowerment. They say price must count and price must matter. They don't understand our historical background. And if we succumb as a government to that type of noise, then us that have been previously disadvantaged will just stay where we are. We will remain poor without being empowered and without being afforded opportunities. So we want to understand the clear-cut guidance that they will give us in terms of their policy rollouts, how they will also benefit small-scale contractors, and what percentage over and above the 30% that they're talking about, what type of projects they will allow the small-scale contractors over and above the construction sites and so on. And then also the drones. Are the drones locally manufactured or is it imported? And what type of companies are involved there? And do those companies have the relevant qualifications in terms of the empowerment policies? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karik. Honorable Pizzo.
Thank you, Chair. I'm now in the bus. I'm sorry if I don't show my video. Chair, very quickly, I'll address maybe one question. Many have been asked. In relation with the property, unless I missed it, is that referring to purchasing of private property? Whether such a property capture somehow to be identified. Secondly, on the same issue, the owners of such property also will there be transparency so that we are sure that when we engage with anyone, then proof of claim to be owning a property along the borderline, which then takes me to the last question in relation to the same issue, the involvement or inclusion of municipalities when it comes to identify such a property. More so because as we just came back again from another oversight visit along the border, it was clear that the infrastructure of the
I think we've
we have lost Honorable Pizzo.
We've lost Honorable Pizzo.
I'll then be submitting in line with what one of the honorable members have said. I think all departments are affected here. While we appreciate this one particular presentation, for me there is a need to submit a single joint report which will indicate that there is an effort to work together other than in silos. Because somehow when we went about the oversight, we could pick up that there is somehow where there is no clear working relation. Each one is approaching the very same issue differently. Thank you, Chair. That would be my submission.
Thank you, Honorable Pizzo, and all members who raised comments and questions. I'm going to invite you, DGG Sasa, and then I will invite DG of Home Affairs if he had to comment on some of the issues. It will appear that the meeting proposed strongly that we need to have a joint meeting with the identified department led by the executive with one report on the subject matter. DDG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members, for the questions. Chair, I also have with me my technical team. Also, DDG Batu Kutu is on the floor. I've got our DDG for IGR, Intergovernmental Relation. That's also my Chief Director, Basi, who deals with all the relationship management with the various departments. And I've got the technical support with my town planner, Malusi Ganiso, as well as Mr. Franz. So they will support me as I answer the relevant questions and add further where I didn't do justice. Chair, in terms of, I'm going to start from the back with Honorable Pizzo. Yes, the purchasing of the properties, we've identified the owners of the property currently, and transparency in that regard can be provided in terms of who owns the properties right across, especially the private owners that I've mentioned, which is more than 250 odd. We can provide those and the ownership patterns of that is not a problem across the borderline. Agreed, I think right across the board, it was indicated that we need a single joint presentation, and also agree currently there is the silo approach, especially with the DOD and ourselves. However, with the BMA, we do have quite a established relationship. We're part of the BMA, all of their committees. My town planner practically is more with the BMA, Mr. Godani, than he is with ourselves. That can be further reinforced by Mr. Malusi. So there's a standing member there, and as well as supported by our key accounts management via Siyabonga Baba, that also is part of the BMA team. And I think even if you, it was indicated by Dr. Michael that we have a very good working relationship with the BMA. In terms of Honorable Gericke's input and comments, yes, it does have major political implementations, and agreed once again that we've got to expedite with the various departments towards what I would term is a border master plan that will bring all the departments together, because I agree we can't be looking at the border posts in isolation. If our border lines are porous, it wouldn't make sense, and then it will impact on us, like indicated by various members, also from a social and economic perspective as well. So that we agree upon. Now, in terms of funding, like indicated, it's going to cost us billions of rands. So I've indicated that the fiscus will not be able to afford this, hence the requirement as well to bring National Treasury on board, given that this is of, it's of a nature where it's in the country's interest to have Treasury on board, because it will invariably, in the long run, save them a lot of money in the fiscus if we can ensure that our borders are, not being able to be infiltrated in the manner that it is. It's going to save a lot of money and costs. I don't have to go through those. So I think it's also important for Treasury to come on board to fund this. And the PPPs over 250 million are still vested with National Treasury. It's about the department in this particular case. It would be the Department of Defense, with support from the Department of Public Works, registering these PPPs like the way the BMA has done with Home Affairs, and registering them so that we can get into the various processes of appointing transactional advisors, which will then be able to do detailed costing and phase how we're going to be approaching the borderline solution. Indeed, it's not going to be overnight, but where if we can obtain funding, and in this particular requirement, it would be funding for the feasibility studies, etc. But the funding for the actual infrastructure installations, that would then come from the private sector. And if we apply the PPP modalities, it would be via unitary charge payments, which obviously would have to be secured with the DoD and National Treasury, once again, with support from Public Works. So yes, in terms of the approach, empowerment, etc., once the tender is ready, if it's a PPP, etc., the supply chain prescripts within National Treasury would kick in. As far as I'm aware, nothing has changed at this particular stage, and then the departments can indicate what percentage they would then allocate for BEE, for female, for disability, etc. That can be defined when we go out, into the market. Honorable Modise, yes, definitely the dependency is on DoD. We cannot, overemphasize that. They've got to approve the designs, they've got to approve the approach, the methodology, etc., because it's once again, we cannot, it's got to be integrated with what the solutions are going to be. So we totally agree with that. And we also agree, like you've indicated, that all of the departments have, to come together. But it's got to also be within the mandate. We come into, if it was CAPEX, we will then put in the relevant infrastructure. If adequate CAPEX budget was available, that's capital budget, And if we had the needs and the go-ahead from the Department of DoD, we can implement. But in the absence of that, and with the mandate issues being with the Department of Defense, it creates a difficulty, and that's got to be appreciated in terms of the the position that the Department of Public Works finds itself within. I think with Honorable Lewis, he also indicated that the joint sessions are necessary, and we support that as Public Works, and I've explained the issues of how the budget works. In terms of the aspect of the drones, once again, that falls within the physical or the ICT rather, the ICT requirements. And at this particular stage, I think another member also mentioned that with the drones, we don't procure any drones, etc. That will come through in the main from this integrated budget, I would assume. I'm not sure whether the Department of Defense has those capabilities at the moment. I really can't indicate that. And it is true that we struggle to have an alignment in this regard, and our DG has tried. We've sent many correspondence so that we can try to engage, except at the task team level where we've been successful. On our levels up, we do struggle a little bit. So I think that joint session will assist us. Honorable Mohali, it's noted that the aspect of expropriation, now that will only come in terms of if you don't have a willing buyer and a willing seller. So if the landowner is willing to sell off his land, then at an appropriate value, that's the market value. And then we do have the Land Affairs Board within our department that also makes a determination over and above the valuers that we have, that will look at what is the indicative market values for those land parcels. So we have those controls in place. But where it is required for state purposes, and if there is no willingness, then expropriation will definitely be looked at as a mechanism. I think Honorable Chabani also indicated that the bilateral is, a prerequisite, which we support. In terms of the fencing with Lesotho and Free State, and whether there's engagements with the requisite governments, I think that would then again be with the relevant departments, which is DoD, BMA, etc., and with working with DIRCO International Relations. We'll come in from an infrastructure perspective. I don't think we're in a position to lead those discussions. And Chairperson, I think you were very articulate to indicate that the recommendation that you made, where all the parties, which is the DoD, Public Works, National Treasury, the BMA, all come together towards then supporting this idea of a border master plan. Chair, I'm not sure if my colleagues on the platform would like to add. If I've missed out any member, I apologize. They will probably take out the question. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, DDG. I think you've sufficiently covered ground. What I think members have recommended is that this update will assist us to prepare a joint coordinated session in the next year, and we'll then have to further engage with the executive. And we note the response that you have given. The Deputy Minister has already gone. I will invite DG Makode to comment on the issues that have been raised as part of the joint efforts of the departments. DG?
No, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to yourselves and the colleagues from Public Works and Infrastructure and your co-chair and honorable members. If I can just ground the video through your permission, Chair. So, Chair, I want to align myself with the recommendation that you have made in terms of a joint presentation that the colleagues from Public Works and Infrastructure will share in the new year, including Defence and the BMA. I think it's rather taken fairly long, Chairperson, since 2021. If Public Works is saying they've provided the specs to Defence to consider and approve, it's almost 4 years down the line, and there's still been no response. So I'm looking forward to that meeting that you have proposed, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DG. I will now invite, I know that all of us were going to sitting. I will invite the Chairperson, Honorable Mananiso, to comment and also facilitate closing remarks. If there's no any other matter that members want to raise. Honorable Mananiso. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Let me start by appreciating the invite from the Portfolio Committee and as well appreciate the maximum participation by both parties. Indeed, we have noted issues of funding as key issues for land acquisition and construction. For members' comments and management of tender processes is important, and we require clear timeframes and project management scope. In our next meeting, as we'll be meeting with other sister departments, would need these matters be finished with us before we even ask them, because there's a need of getting sense who would be benefiting in this economic spin-offs as these tenders will be going out. The other issue is that we can all emphasize and agree on is that all members are supporting your recommendation, Chairperson, that we need to engage ministries, national treasury, and relevant departments in the next year. And we will be available. I think what we are all saying here is that let's normalize our joint meetings, more especially on issues of commonalities, so that we are able to be proactive and be responsive as portfolio committee members, as legislators, in responding to our community issues for better life for all, working together and not leaving anyone behind. I thank you. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you, Gosi.
All right.